She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Ayo, what's good?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag Chad.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Oh, well, I sat down at a good time, I suppose. How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Oh, my mic moved at some point. Okay, let me know if I sound, like, off. Yeah, Kat, did you move my mic? Was that you? Okay. Ugh, eventful morning for me. Eventful morning. It's one of those bleh days. I'm sure you get it. But first of all, not quite dead. Thank you so much for the 5 months. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. David Bowling, thank you for the 14 months with the streak. Didn't you just have a resub day yesterday? Was it just like the last one of the last month and then the next one? But thank you again. Am I deja vuing? Because loading screen boss, thank you for the tier 2 for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Is it just the resub date back to back? Or does everyone just have the resub today? Hey, Brendan, thank you for the 3 months. Kevin, are you good? What's this cat doing? He doesn't know that he's heckin' chonkers now. He got heckin' chonkers. First thing I see is cat blessed. Of course, comp. Of course. But Twitch is weird. But thank you so much, all of you, for support. And Rexy, you are up too early. What is you doing? Thanks for hanging out, though. Good to have you here. Chat, do a thing. Do a thing. Hang on. Rexy's just a great human being who, I'm gonna self-report here. I'm not great at following people either. This is why these shoutouts things help me a lot. So if you ever just want like a chill environment with just a good human. Do the thing with the thing. And text-to-speech doesn't like you apparently, Brendan, but I sure as shit do. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Howdy to you as well. Need your opinion, make it a mini FPS game. Do I go for Desert Warfare or Cyberpunk style? Cyberpunk style sounds fun. To me, at least. Anyway, let's greet everyone. I'm getting sidetracked a lot today. Full disclosure, my ADD and my anxiety today are just like at war. So if I seem distracted, I'm trying to like breathe properly. It's one of those days. I'm okay. Nothing happened. It's just for no particular reason. That's my day today. Izzukato, Rexy, Roddy, Rabbit, Not Quite Dead, Arconium, Jester, Reckless Monster, Tenor, Sen, David, Loading Screen, Cat destroying my room, Brendan, Good Wolf, Comp. Not feeling sorry you're going through it. I'll be alright. I'll be alright. Cat, stop destroying my wall. Hello? Anyway, much like my head today, we spinning. Today I want to focus on the Dreadwind setup a little more. Now I've optimized this on stream quite a bit and built it a couple different ways at this point, but I do want to make it even smoother if I can. Maybe farm for some gear upgrades, because I do often see people saying blanket statements like Berserker action skills need help. Well, one of them does, but one of them doesn't. So let's work on that today. You did the copy pasta? Oh, I don't think I did either. Yeah, I opened the doc and chuckled immediately. Hang on, let me find a good one here. This one's perfect. I'm gonna need assistance from chat on this one. Because I don't know quite how to handle this one. Please don't copy. What does that mean? Listen here, chat. Stop this maddening wall of text stuff. It's immature, and I'm going to report every single one of you to the CEO of Twitch. You guys are making too much noise, and I'm trying to watch the game. Thank you, and please stop spamming stuff. This channel needs to hire some proper mods. Chat is just filled with idiotic people spamming mindless copy pastas, who can't engage in intelligent conversation about the game being displayed. It's a step back in evolution. Beautiful. Beautiful. You guys never disappoint. Let's warm up some boss runs. Can't even spam in 30 seconds. You could change one character. Oh, sneezes, allergies. Ugh. Let's start today with the right boss. I swear, Roddy, if the first boss... Ooh! Shame about the parts, but Ascended Glacial Cascade. You can get, with damage parts, you can get up to like 3,000, but, you know, not a bad start to the day. Something I've considered doing for a stream challenge is just, like, making a build with the first Ascended I find of each item slot, like, all together, and seeing how well that can do. It's like the very first Ascended spell I get, I mark it. And then the very first Ascended armor I get, I mark it. Ha-ha-ha! Ha-ha! Get fucked, Roddy. Sounds like a challenge run? Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Hey Rune, how are you? This is something I really like doing. You can just stick tasers to the top end of the obelisk if you want them to hit the Cyclops. So I'm gonna try and screw around with Graveborn and Mage Staff. Lazy has a setup that he uses Mage Staff on. His gunless build, just the pure caster one. Uses a Mage Staff to clear out like barf worms. Forget enabling ray tracing on UE5. Yeah, that sounds performance intensive. If I'm not even a minute in, gonna be a good day. Do I have a potty mouth, Doc? Is that what's happening? How are you, by the way? Bark for me? Absolutely not, sir. That is premium Discord content. Able to catch Pokemon? You're gonna watch it later? Oh yeah, shit, that was today. I didn't catch it. Yeah, I'll watch it later. I'll watch it later. Hey, Stonson, how you doing? Oh, I figured I'd tell you guys ahead of time. People who were hanging out in the Discord last night know about my plan to do this, but there is a high probability that Friday's stream, that is this Friday, very high, another Ascended spell, it's Marshmallow, okay, that this Friday is going to be some Borderlands 3. Now, because this is the first question, you got cats in the cat box, ignore that. First question is, does that mean you're done with Wonderlands? Does that mean you hate Wonderlands and think it's terrible? No. I can like two things at once. Glenny got me to play a little bit of BL3, and I just really missed some of the builds. So, Friday will be a little bit of BL3, as the plan so far. Are you done with every game that isn't this one? People ask me that when I played Stray. Like, when I played Cute Cat game, Cute Cat indie game that's on a casual playthrough, like, 7 hours long. When I played that, people are like, oh, so you're quitting Wonderlands forever? I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean, though? And then there's the people who run around saying game dead, predicated on the fact that everyone who mains it as their content streamed it earlier in the day, but, you know, imagine using objective metrics. Don't get me started. Hey, Jelly, how you doing? Finished Stray? I did. Chat, do the thing. Follow Jelly. He actually was playing some very interesting BL2 stuff. I know, I'm not really a BL2 fan, but his explanation of his Maya setup actually got me engaged. Which, gauge, but that doesn't happen often, so that just is a testament to Jelly's oratory skills. Go consume the dulcet tones. Yeah, my categories. Time to become a Stray endgame and build-making streamer. You know, Reckless Monster? I'm okay with this. I could do this. Just have to wait for a second. God damn it, loading screen. Crab? Question about Stray, you know anything interesting about the environment and such? And in the red goo area, asking if it was a reference to everything, figure out what it was. Just go ahead and tell me. I was too busy pooping during the red goo area. Camelda finally. I just want to do some endgame speedrunning in BL3 on stream. I've done it off stream 2 days this week. I might push the, for anyone who doesn't know, in BL3 I did a lot of endgame speedrunning along with the likes of, Stone Swan, CZ, Lazy, Rune, you know, lots of us did that. And I still hold a couple records or top 3 times. I still hold Flak True Guardian takedown record. I want to improve it, so maybe we work on that. I still hold 3rd place on Moe's, 2nd or 3rd on Amara, I don't remember which. But, like, it can be improved. So I might just go on and do that. Primordial kinetic friction with health. That's a lot of HP. So, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Deathless, that might not be bad. 'Cause, like, with a Hmm. A lot of Valve Easter eggs? No, well, I don't know that much Valve stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of references in Stray. It's really cool. A lot of love and attention to detail went into that game. Very proud of them for what they produced. Oh, I forgot I bought that. I saw a greatest spell ever in a vendor with a chaos tier and a good enchant, and I was like, why not? I don't know what to spend these moon orbs on. I guess the salt and battery. Hey Glenny, how you doing? And thank you, David, for taking care of that. I was about to ask. Go follow Glenny. And follow Rune. And follow Rabbit. Power Wash Simulator, hey Irish? I see you. I see you. I don't want Wonderland stands following me. Okay, everyone unfollow Rabbit. And I'll go first. I'll go first. Morning, Dill. How are you? Sorry, it's been asked many times already. Any chance to see some gun builds at C50? It has been asked. Yeah. Maybe we do gun builds tomorrow or Monday. I didn't have plans to do it today. I could probably be talked into it, in all honesty. The chance isn't zero. Sign a contract for a new job? Let's go, Sora. Talked into it or bribed? I did mean talked. Loading screen. Thank you for the gifted sub to the community. Total of 21. You didn't have to do that. Actually trying to bribe me, huh?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you. Gun builds that don't use the sword explosion is even possible? Extremely possible. So you do this thing where you play the gun build and you don't equip a sword explosion. There you go. Gun builds where I keep doing it. Okay, you know exactly how to bribe me. Shit. Most people would go for the reverse of that, but you actually seem to know me. Don't mind me internally freaking out. I'm just trying to figure out how to pivot from, hey, it's spins day, to gun builds. Maybe I spin around while shooting the guns? Could try that. This silicone ring's trying. Spell damage, spell radius, spell crit damage, companion health. Took a psychology class once, I know how this works. Fuck. Morning, Shay, how you doing? I will stop all ML this and think, yeah, right, if you play gun build to C50. I do miss doing headcanon stuff. Shotgun mag size, shotgun crit damage, spell damage ring. Thumb cuffs, that's pretty good too. I'm already out of inventory space again. Been live for less than half an hour, including starting soon time, and I'm already out of inventory space. Carouser build 1. I use the Carouser a lot on my gun build that I haven't played in 2 months. Sawmill build 1. I did that in April, and then Sawmill went out to the farm. I went out to the ranch. Sorterang build 1? No. That one's just a no. Ski Prop Arbaload build? I did do that. I did do that. It's on that same gun build. I did a lot of stuff in that one gun build. How are you? Okay today, Sinju. Today's a little bit of a, brain be weird day. Like, having an ADD thing and an anxiety thing kind of at the same time, so I'm just like, bah, I'm just screaming internally this whole time. But it'll pass. How are you? Not the ranch, I prefer blue cheese. That's because you're cultured, you boomers. That's because you're objectively correct. How you doing? Doing decent, that's good. Best person choose on this game? So this isn't really the kind of game that works like that. Best is not something you can quantify because different characters and different items are good at different things. So you might have one situation where one thing isn't very good, but another where it's like the strongest possible. This isn't a game where best applies. Now, you can narrow down choices that'll give you what you're looking for specifically with, like, some details. Like, what kind of playstyle do you like? Do you prefer just the gunplay of these games? Do you want to do some spellcasting? Is there a particular, like, action skill that you've seen that you really like? How involved do you want to be in your gameplay? Like, do you want other things to play for you? Do you want to be doing most of the work? Spin to win? Spin to win. Dreadwind. Dreadwind. Okay, yourself. I'm trying to, Glenny. I'm trying to. Still hoping for that hammer and anvil. Found out I have to go back to the office next week since cases are down. Half my team is currently sick with COVID, so that'll end well, I'm sure. I do not understand how this is like a uniform school of thought loading screen. Like, everywhere. I had this conversation a couple days ago. It's like, oh, well, the precautions aren't needed anymore. On what do you base that? Like, throwing away the fact that, like, it's the equivalent of, hey, this boat has stopped taking on more water. We can totally just unplug this hole now. That's not how that works. But throwing that away, like, just look at the numbers. It's not better. I'm sorry you gotta deal with that. Please stay as safe as you can and, shoot some, like, dirty glares at people from me. Beyblade, let it rip. Can't help myself. You don't need to. How you doing, Jay Journey? I like the one you were playing yesterday. Which one? The one where I was throwing around Clawbringer hammers? Because I enjoyed that a lot. Or like the spellcasting one. I played like 3 different builds yesterday. Full battery. I'd love to see that one get some love. Nice little buff. The reason people are sick of it, can't think anymore. I mean, you can't think anymore if you're dead, too. Like, that's what's happened to some people because of that school of thought. So thinking of doing a Gloombringer build? Yes. I just want that really specific Tyrant's Truth for that. Gloombringer, what's the idea behind it? Spellcasting build, actually. I want to use Tyrant's Truth to get rid of both of the pets to get that that spell multiplier. And then Blast Gasp some stuff. That's it, that's the whole idea. Just using the Spore there entirely to sacrifice a pet for Tyrant's Truth. And it'd kind of be an advantage that Spore Tree wouldn't be providing me that much. I'd just take like the first 10 points and then overspec Graveborn side. Does Tyrant Truth only apply to the permanent pets? Yes. Should probably grab one of those Chaos 50 saves. Not sure if I want to level a fresh character all the way to endgame. That's why we got a channel for that. Feel free. Hey, Boo Alaska. How you doing? Urban Mech. Hope you're well. Morning, Dex. How are you? Wouldn't Claw be better than Spore for it because of Dragon Aura? Potentially, but I wanted to do Gloombringer specifically. How you doing? Feeling okay? Got some good sleep? Today's kind of feeling a little bit off today. What? I'm doing alright. Doing alright. I did sleep well. New Hero Streamer's voice is very relaxing. Hey, I'm glad you think so. Welcome in, Kaneko K-Cup. Please tell me how to say your name properly so I get it right. I know that's important to people, but welcome in. Got it right? I did? Cool. Cat, are you good? My cats are rampaging. Okay, Roddy did this. This is Roddy's fault. Queen. Hey, Brucey. How are you? Oh. Oh, she waited for me to pop my action skill. That's, okay. I'm not mad. I'm a little mad. It's okay, I didn't want to fight you anyway. Oh, you're over there now? That should be enough damage, right? Cool. This DLC boss? Yes. This is Imelda. She's rather infamous and universally disliked. Not for difficulty reasons, just because her hitboxes are terrible, she teleports all the time, and the arena's awful. Universally, yes. Including you. Dislike melee, but I like gun spell builds. However, I can't speak. Love watching your streams for the interactions knowledge you provide. Even as a BL 1, 2, and 3 veteran, learn a lot. Thank you. Hey, I'm happy to provide that, Grasshopper. That means a lot to me to hear. I'm gonna get back into the gun build side of the game at some point. It's just I've really been on a melee, pardon the pun, kick lately. Only DLC bosses out at the moment on the game. I'm not sure what the question means there, but there's 3 DLC bosses currently. Technically, each of those 3 bosses has 4 forms, so you could consider that 12. But, yeah. Not the worst thing to happen to the game since the roasted nostalgia. Oof. Imelda is not one of my favorite design choices. Collections of design choices. I remember a streamer Quag said he liked Imelda on day 1. Yeah, that was after doing it once. And then I was like, actually. And I was playing a gun build at the time. So, against, amongst everyone who plays non-gun builds, and has done the fight more than once, the vast majority does not care for Imelda. Getting back to BL3 again, how about you? I'm enjoying. I've been playing some BL3 on the side as well. Wonderlands co-op fun. I'm not asking how it compares. Friends and I are looking for something co-op after BL3. That changed my first exposure to Wonderlands. So Wonderlands endgame in particular, the Chaos Chamber, is very friendly to co-op, and I never really cared too much for the Borderlands co-op experience beyond doing it in short doses, and I liked co-op arms race as well. That was fun. But beyond that, I was like, it's there. It hasn't really changed much. Since 2009. But with Wonderlands, I did some co-op Chaos Chamber leading up to the game's release. Did a lot of that actually. And it was very, very, very fun. Something about this game with friends is addictive. So if you like the dungeon crawling, build crafting part of these kinds of games, that experience with friends in this game is absolutely unique compared to Borderlands games. So I'd say I like it. Aren't allowed to change your mind based on new evidence? Shit, you're right. Hey Beaver, how you doing? Why are the new Pokemon professors so hot? Pride Month celebration. We got Pokemon MILF and Pokemon DILF. Hey Civil, how you doing? How you doing today? Getting better, getting better. It's one of those days of like mental wellness bottomed out for no reason. Like actually no reason. But streaming always makes me immediately feel better, so the heart rate's falling, which is good. Pretty much the only one of my group that sticks around for endgames, so maybe Wonderlands might be different for my friends. Maybe. This game, if you were to compare it, you outlined correctly that, maybe comparing isn't the best idea. But if you were to compare this to Borderlands, there is less outside, there's less game, period, right? It's a spin-off, that's to be expected. But in terms of the story-focused stuff, there's less of that. The meat of this game is in the Chaos Chamber. It's a randomizer activity, basically. It's a randomizer dungeon with multiple formats. So what I'm doing right now is the boss run format, where you get an obelisk room that's a little bit of mobbing, and then a mini boss, and then you get a boss room. And then that loop repeats 3 times, and that's the run. But a regular Chaos Chamber run is a bunch of mobbing rooms, an obelisk room, more mobbing, boss room. There's extended run, which is that but longer. Occasionally in the featured run, they'll do something crazy, like they once had a 29 room long run of, mobbing, obelisk, mobbing, boss, and so on and so forth. 29 rooms. It's a good time. Long gauntlet. And we got raid bosses at the end of the chamber as well. Look at it as a spin-off. Feels like Borderlands isn't really comparable. Exactly. Well put. That's exactly how I would approach it. The gameplay feels very similar to Borderlands, but there's departures. There's absolutely departures. Hey, loves to spooge. Thank you so much for the 5 months with the 4 streak. I appreciate it. Hope everything's been well with you. It's been going. It's been going. I can't complain. Hope everything's been great on your end as well. Games challenging, the builds are funny. Yeah, that's something important to bring up. Generally speaking... Oh, there's Sexy Peach.
There you go, Quack.
Sup brother man, hope everything has been well with you. Quag Chad, Quag Chad, Quag Chad, Quag Chad.
Quag Chad, indeed. Thank you again, Loves to Spooch. I appreciate it. Yeah, as compared to Borderlands, the difficulty in this game has the potential to go a little bit higher. You have more ways to customize your difficulty, so you've got like the in-menu option over here. I play on Intense, which is the highest of the 3, but you can switch these. You've got Intense, Balanced, and Relaxed. Actual meaningful difficulty changes. But then you've got the Chaos tier system that goes 0 through 50. And then you've got whether or not you're eluding your rooms in Chaos Chamber, and then you've got whether or not you're taking curses to add modifiers to your gameplay in the Chaos Chamber. Basically, you can customize your difficulty in ways that allow you to make the game much harder than Borderlands, and boss and enemy design are constructed in a way to make them much more punishing than Borderlands. So if you ever were bored by Borderlands bosses just kind of being walls of meat. If you ever wanted to be a little more involved, like have to jump around, crouch under stuff, that's in this game. And I like that a lot, personally. But if that's not your speed, you can still customize your difficulty so that you can play as you're used to. More options, more people, more better. We got a hammer and anvil, but non-chaos tiered. I want it to at least be volatile. Actually use it. We'll keep going. DPS check bosses of Borderlands can be fun, they also be tiring. Yeah, if you look at a lot of the bosses in, say, BL2, they don't do much other than their walls of meat. They're just big HP bar, mechanically simple. This game kind of does the opposite. There's not a lot of enemies that have a lot of HP, but what they'll give them is threatening attacks or specific attacks or specific situations you need to capitalize on. Or they'll give them a troublesome resist that you kind of have to figure out how to get around. I prefer this approach personally. That's just my opinion. There random matchmaking in this game? There is. I would not really recommend using it, but yeah. Wish we could unlock raid bosses in Boss Rush. Yeah, I hope that one day they add in, like, at the end of the boss run, just, like, turn on the portal to the Maker's Realm. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Just, like, have the portal there. Oh, and if you like melee builds in Borderlands games, this game takes a lot of steps for melee. Now, there's some hiccups, some bosses don't quite play well with that. But, for example, whereas in BL3, melee kind of felt left behind in terms of your actual melee attacks, as compared to BL2, where you had a couple characters that really did it well. This game, as a whole, takes melee and makes it a very, very valid playstyle. For example, out of the 6 builds that I'm playing at max difficulty currently, 4 of them are melee. 4 or 5 of them are melee builds. Different varieties of melee builds. This being one of them. Mentioned in a prior stream an increase to drop rates for Chaos Chamber bosses in general. I think that'd be sick. Yeah, just the having the aspects just spawn more. Yeah, I'd like that. Because it's elective. You don't have to do them. True boss rush mode option with every boss, mini boss, and raid boss. Oh yeah, one of everything, Doc. I would love that. Go through the entire catalog of bosses and mini bosses in one run. Alchemical agent builds. They count as melee builds. Guaranteed pigwort? Yes. 2 Ameldas today already. Game really said I saw you having fun. How you doing, Tom Nasty? Every time I fight a boss, I'm sitting straight up with my mouth open because I'm so into the fight, because the mechanics. Yeah, I'm enjoying that a lot, too, about this game. So ways for someone to edit your profile? Sadly, which is why I don't really recommend matchmaking. Play with trusted people. Hi there, I see you like to melee. Luckily, Tootherator Executioner's Blade is like that good shit. And sigils are pog? Absolutely. Why are you mocking me in a Melba control? That's toxic. I would never? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I barely got a chance to spin. Exy Blade really went off. I'm trying to get you to zoom your camera in while going, mm-hmm. See, that sounds more correct. We'll wait for this one to roll over. Actually, area damage, ability crit chance, ability damage with the ability damage skill. Ah, shit. I wish I had more time to decide on this one. It's only 16 mil. Impulse buy. This game run better than BO3. I'm above the recommended requirements. BO3 just seems to run not good. In my personal experience, it does run better. Especially if you run this game on DX12. Now, I've also heard some people have some heat problems with this game running on DX12, so that's probably going to depend on your exact rig. But in my personal subjective experience, I'm more consistently running close to, I play at capped 60 FPS, because I don't have the best PC. I'm working on replacing that, actually. And I'm able to stay pretty much at 60 in almost all areas in this game. Whereas with BL3, a lot of the more densely populated places, I'd be dropping down to the 30s, the 40s. It doesn't happen in this game to me, so I like that. Ascended, spell damage. Not really trying too hard on the others. But it did try. DX12 runs way better than DX11 in this game. Just makes all tabbing annoying if you don't play in Borderlands window. I do, so. Down to 30 in lots of places. Yeah. That kind of happens with each time. We don't have a huge sample size, but each time we get a lands game and then a spin-off before the next like numbered title. So this happened with BL2 to TPS as well. It's just more refined on a basic level with things like frame rate, and most core systems are just a little bit more refined. Familiar, but more refined. Wonderlands is just a more stable game than BL3. disclaimer with all this, because I'm sure someone's absolutely fucking seething at this. BL3 is still my favorite. Just putting that out there. I just also like this game. Bender crashes. I got a crash on a ground slam last night on BL3. When is there a DLC for this game? We've had 3 so far, and we are waiting for news on the release of the 4th one. We know we'll be getting some such news on August 11th on the next episode of the Wondercast, which is a talk show hosted on the Gearbox official Twitch channel. It'll be on Thursday the 11th. So we can expect some more news then on DLC 4. More Hammer and Anvil, not Chaos Tiered. Sag. Morning, John Wick, how you doing? Ugh, I can't speak. When DLC 4 drops? We actually just covered that. We don't know. We know we're getting more info about it on August 11th on the Wondercast. But we don't have a release date yet. I personally am glad they're somewhat taking their time, seemingly. Because one of the complaints about the first 2 DLCs was that they felt rushed and incomplete. In some areas. And if they're taking the extra time to make sure that DLC 4 is cohesive and of quality, I'm very okay with that. Wait, I'm here for spinning, and New Mexican. Pants grab to you too as well. You too as well. You too as well, also additionally, concurrently. Well, what's more terms for that, chat? Strongly recommend watching with the chat turned off. Yeah, I would agree with that. Simultaneously. Heard about better dedicated loot drops? I don't know what that means. Good one, Jelly. Grinding for better years with the bunnies. You're still not making a lot of sense, John Wick. You're just kind of saying things. I'm not understanding what you're getting at. Ascended Bonyface's Soul. This is a useful item that I don't see get used too much. I wonder how it's actually, like, how it does for damage. Because it's flexible element-wise. You can get it at any element. It probably just works out at, like, a half-strength Gluttony, in all honesty, without the Dagger Storm. But its unique effect is that the Chuck restores your wards on impact. I have an Ascended one in, like, Shock Element already, so I don't need that. Decent damage? Yeah. Decent. Could be better. Could definitely be a lot worse. Waiting for Nightmare to drop everything in a 1 centimeter square. Real. I would love that to be changed. It's so frustrating. Also, zombies just immediately hiding. My favorite part of Dawn of the Dead is when the zombies all just took cover and head glitched. Benefits the most from wards being up. I would say the classes that have less healing. So you're looking at Clawbringer benefits a lot from that. They even have a skill that gives them a little bit of extra cooldown from that. Clawbringer, Stabomancer benefit more from that. Berserker and Graveborn truly don't care because they can just heal. Spore Warden's kind of neutral on it. It doesn't really... I guess having your wards up makes it easier to keep your health up, which is more potential damage through another enchantment. So, Claw, Stabo, Spore want wards up more often. Spellshot has reasons to not want their wards up, and Berserker and Graveborn just don't care because they can heal. Something I'm doing in this setup is I'm using Berserker's Unarmored Defense skill, which takes half of your wards and converts it into health at a much more efficient ratio. So that's why my health bar is so big right now. I have 16,000 health. It's because I have a big shield with shield capacity boost here, and that gets converted into even more health. Class mod to use for Graveclaw. Warped Paradigm or Tyrant's Truth, probably. Maybe Selective Amnesia. Let's wait for the overcorrect. They'll explode the loot out of the arena. You guys remember Ion Cannon farm on DLC 1 release of BL3? If you had less than 60 FPS, the Fabricator would launch your loot into, like, the fucking stratosphere. It was really funny. It was tied to FPS. Any fun builds for Claw Spore would use an Ascended Amnesia. Claw Spore, Amnesia. So the thing with Claw Spore and Amnesia is you don't have direct ways of healing. And Amnesia is something that's constantly damaging you. The first thing that comes to mind is running a Harbinger, because Claw and Spore each have a more spammable action skill. But the problem with doing that is that you're giving up a damage passive by using a Harbinger, and that's a multi-class that's really going to want damage. You could make it work. All multi-classes are viable. It would just be very gear dependent. You could make it work. It would probably be something to the effect of going out of your way to take damage and then doing bursts of damage and stopping the Amnesia from killing you with your Harbinger. Elite Pigwort, the true raid boss? Real. You tanky boy. Salute to all the perfect ion cannons. Yep. Remember those days. Y'all just hating on Nightmare's neat and orderly toot. Oh, that's going in the Hall of Fame of typos. Show you a neat and orderly toot pile. For legal purposes, I won't. Pigwort takes longer to kill than some raid bosses. Yes. Pigwort is enough of a threat, even as a mini-boss, that I do recommend builds consider Pigwort when, you know, in their construction. Like, you want to have a way to deal with something like Pigwort. In gun builds, for example, I really vouch for Rain of Arrows, because you can just shoot where Pigwort is, and it'll constantly do damage, even through the immunity. And if you have enough damage pumped into that, you can just lock him down, he can't move. Build creation has me wanting to play the game more, not gonna lie. Build creation is what keeps me playing these games, comp. We all strive for neat and orderly toot piles. Can't disagree. Got to Chaos 35 for the first time yesterday. Absolutely dominated the Wastard fight too. Let's go. Big milestone, Good Wolf. Proud of you. Good job. Getting old, can't tell the difference between T and I on these small screens anymore. See, I self-reported doing the same thing, J-Bridge, because I got the ones you typed backwards. So, same. I don't have the best eyes. Or T's. Cat, what are you doing? Are you good? It's also an L. Nice for you advice. What did I give advice on? Pragmatic. I'm confused. For the Pigwort thing? Yeah, sure. I'm very scatterbrained today, so bear with me on the stupid... I forgot what I was just saying. Stuff. That's a big capacity on that mine rune. Wastard isn't bad, but I hate his bird. Wastard's one of those things where once it clicks, he's fine. But before Wastard clicks, I understand the frustration. Question earlier. Sorry, I did not do the work stuff. Oh yeah, you're fine, you're fine. Nothing to be sorry about. You always give us shield restore, bird. Alright, we'll do one more on this. And then we'll switch to featured, I think. Oh, I killed the boss, apparently. Thanks, Contagion. Wastard clicks are the worst. I could fight a couple Wastards at the same time. Dragon Lord. That's awkward. Hey, Amber. How you doing? Thought Contagion couldn't do that anymore. You've never listened to one of my explanations of how Contagion works, then, Irish. What do you think happened there? Release a corrupted amnesia armor? How would that work? This game looks fun? It's very fun. I enjoy it quite a bit. Make a build around the marshmallow gun. That could be fun. If you mean the marshmallow spell, yeah, that's actually a popular build tool, because there's a few things in this game that will do multi-target stuff, but aren't picky enough about what you hit. So you can use a marshmallow to count as a target to kind of ricochet off of. Notably the Livewire SMG, the one that makes those lightning arcs when you melee, and the Fragment Rain SMG. That ricochets off enemies and does a lot of damage. You can use Marshmallow to apply those in situations you otherwise wouldn't have access to them. How am I? Doing okay, pup member. Hey, Pup T. How are you? It's also a pistol, I think. There's a fish pistol. I don't know of a marshmallow pistol. I know of the fish one, though. Loved all the Borderlands games, getting this game on the 13th. Ooh, I hope you enjoy it. Hope you enjoy it. Spread an alchemical and melted the boss? Yeah, at half strength of the original dot. The dot just hits that hard. Hey, Shard Attack. Can you please explain what an ability is and how it factors at all with the trap scaling build? Sure, so you see how Feral Surge here says Frost ability damage? Ability damage is just a damage source the same as spell damage or melee damage or gun damage. It's just another category. Stabomancer has absolutely no access to anything that deals ability damage in its skill tree at all, so it's not something you need to worry about. Ghostblade does not deal ability damage. Ghostblade is a melee damage thing. And then From the Shadows is a passive mode that doesn't do any damage itself, so it doesn't interact with ability damage at all. So the Stabomancer side doesn't, factor in here. Now, for the spell shot side of your build, the only thing you have that deals ability damage is, like, potentially the immune damage when you polymorph something that can't be polymorphed, if that scales with ability. So basically, trap scaling, ability damage is an irrelevant stat to you. You don't need to worry about it. But suffice it to say, it's just another category of damage. You're Diamond? No, you. No, you. Okay, thanks. How's it going? Mental health day. One of those. But streaming always helps. I should really cave and use a Stab-O-Matic here, but I like doing Executioner's Blade for this. There's slag guns in this game? No. There have been no slag anything since Borderlands 2 10 years ago. Slag is gone and it's not coming back. Good riddance. Slag already ruined the endgame balance of one game, it doesn't need to do it to more. I don't know if you need to jump to Dragonlord Dreadwind. It depends on what animation he's doing. Usually you don't, though. Can't say I get 100% because it's your own mental health stuff, but I understand it kind of shit's tough, too much going on, too much stress, hope it gets a bit better as the day goes along. Live streaming helps them. Maybe you can play some good games after stream, too. Pull up some Dragon Age, maybe. Maybe some Dragon Age. I was talking to Carter about Dragon Age yesterday. Because he's another Dragon Age super fan. And, yeah, maybe I do some of that. Yeah, it's like not even from any particular trigger, Pup T. It's just like sometimes for no reason at all. soaked, crossbolts. Yeah, those are much more intuitive ways of implementing a debuff mechanic. Remember, debuffing has existed in lands games before Slag. It was better before Slag, and the implementations they've done after Slag have also been better. Corrosive in BL1 was a debuff. In BL3, you had the likes of Amara's Laid Bare skill, Moses' Target Softening skill, Zane's No Way Out skill. You also had the It's Piss grenade, the Servos Execute pistol, the Zaitsev's Eruption AR, the Armageddon Guardian rank perk. And then in this game, you have the Twisted Delusion, the Tidebreaker, and the Cape of Tides for the Soaked debuff. You have melee crossbolts, you have gun crossbolts, you have Splintering Ice Spikes for spell debuff. Got lots of stuff. Playing good games always helps for me with some good company. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. Oh, connection. You good? None of which are required. That's a really important thing to note. This game is not, like, forcibly balanced around... We'll wait for my bitrate to recover. This game is not forcibly balanced around having to juggle your weapons to do all that debuffing. You see me do it a lot because it allows you to hit a whole other level, in particular in bossing, on, like, melee setups. But this game is not balanced in a way that, like, forces you into it. Now, if we're splitting hairs, Slag didn't do that either. But it was so pervasive, it was so, like, shoved at you that people always felt as if it was necessary. And the gameplay didn't feel good without Slag in many cases. So they learned from that, didn't bring Slag into TPS, didn't bring it into BL3, didn't bring it into this game, and I hope they continue to stay away from it and embrace the better choices made in game design. Really cool build. Can you show it if and when you want? Yeah, absolutely. Remind me in the loot room, Jamborghini. Brains and bodies sometimes just don't like being happy. At least your friends help us get through the bad days and cheer us up when there's no reason to sadness bad times, regardless of being a reason or not. Yeah, that's Quag Chad behavior for sure. That was a good spin. That was a clean room. Meet of the butter boom. Marshmallow popcorn is the same. Oh yeah, the butter boom is really good. JP, it's simply. Do I still have mine on me? I don't. If you're familiar with the Ludite, it's a very talked about non-unique Torg pistol, sticky crossbow barrel. The butter boom is basically a non-elemental version of that trades in the crossbolt mult for just having little cluster bombs, and it's very, very strong. It's just a good boss melting gun, is what the butter room's good for. Got a Splintering Ice Spike spell before drill and a new character combined with Blast Rights who went so fast. Ooh, that sounds fun. Get over here, Celissa. You don't escape. So remind me to remind quite. What are we reminding me of? I don't remember. I don't either. I need a reminder. Is this how you remind me? The build, yeah, the build. Sounds like Poop Tide needs to remind someone to remind you of who I really am. Yeah, yeah. So this is a Dreadwind build. I think those are lyrics. Yeah, yeah, I think it is too. This is a Dreadwind build. What's notable about Dreadwind is that it is on the surface not very good. On the surface. And this is kind of reflected by, if you use it very early on in a playthrough, you're like, what is this? This is level 2 and it's already not killing enemies. Why is this happening? Because Dreadwind is one of those things that it's got so many different little things you need to keep track of to get to its power, and then it's also got the little wrinkle of you need to survive when using it. So you need to invest in survivability to actually be able to execute the skill properly, and then you need to properly build up your formula for this skill. Well, let's go through Dreadwind quickly, relatively quickly. The Fatemaker spins, dealing melee damage periodically to nearby enemies based on the Fatemaker's equipped melee weapon, gaining increased movement speed and slow immunity for a duration. Fatemaker may press their keybind again to cancel the action skill and refund a portion of the cooldown. Increases to ability damage applied to damage dealt by Dreadwind. Melee damage 45.5% of melee weapon, melee damage frequency every 0.25 seconds, movement speed plus 20%, cooldown 24 seconds, duration 6 seconds. So, the takeaway here. Dreadwind looks at whatever you have in your melee weapon slot, and it will take the element of that, it will take 45.5% of the damage of that, it will take the crit chance and crit damage, it'll take the crit damage of that, and then it'll take the crit chance of your total melee crit. Everyone on the build? Yeah, of course. So you basically need to be very picky about your melee weapon when running Dreadwind. The weapons I would recommend most would be either a Wailing Banshee or a purple greatsword of the same stat profile, or a Spellblade, which would require a different flavor of building, but those would be the options I would recommend most, because you want something with a big base damage. Now, a downside of running a Banshee normally in a melee setup is that it's slow. That swing speed of 0.87 seconds, but Dreadwind hits every 0.25 seconds regardless of which weapon you're using. So you get 4 hits a second at 45.5% of your base damage. That all making sense so far? Pretty straightforward. Something the skill does that it doesn't tell you it does is Dreadwind is area damage. So you can get a whole extra damage multiplier in the formula there. That's big. Something it does tell you at the bottom there, increases to ability damage applied to damage dealt by Dreadwind. So this is fundamentally melee. It goes off your melee crit. It deals melee damage, triggers things that happen on melee like Alchemical Agent. But any ability damage you have goes into its formula as well. So when you combine the fact that it gets area damage, ability damage, and has that fixed speed of 4 hits per second, this can lead you into a situation where you get hits from Dreadwind that are potentially competitive with even high-end regular melee attacks, which are some of the highest DPS in the entire game. Now keep in mind, Dreadwind will hit each individual enemy in the radius 4 times per second. So you can get in a group of enemies and just melt them all. It triggers things like Alchemical Agent, so we take Stabomancer for the other tree, go all the way down to Alchemical Agent, and we go even farther to Executioner's Blade for dealing with things out of our range, such as Bernadette, Imelda, that kind of thing. But the rest of the Berserker tree here is focused around getting a little bit of damage from things like Icebreaker. We get damage and survivability from the old ways. We get huge amounts of tank from unarmored defense. Nice quality of life if we should go down with Relentless Rage. And then over in our hero points, we max crit damage, because every build's going to want to do that, really. Max status damage to boost our Alchemical Agent, and then we put the remainder in Constitution for max HP and wards. We get plus 65% currently with the collectibles I have, and 36 out of a maximum of 43 for what my character can do right now. And because of the skill over here on Armored Defense, remember that the ward boost is pulling double duty. So we get 65% health, but then half of whatever our ward is boosted by with that 65% is then applied to our health at a 1-to-3 ratio. So So we get a lot of health off that. You have ability damage? I have 20% from my myth rank. You can't see it's behind the cam, but 20%. 20%. I self-capped at 480 for myth rank, which is all of the capped ones maxed and the uncapped ones at exactly 20%. So I get that. Gear-wise, Banshee. This enchant is important for Dreadwind because it is a fresh multiplier in Dreadwind's damage formula. It is not additive with anything else. It is just straight up, your Dreadwind does 50% more damage against bosses and badasses. So if you're doing a Dreadwind build, you want this enchant. It's huge. Ancient Hilt helps reduce the downtime a little bit. Rings, you just want to go for stuff that has melee substats. You could get away with ability primary, but only the primary. You still want the melee substats. Body Rune is nice for good tank and survivability. This enchant also gives you a decent little chunk of move speed and damage for longer spins. Selective Amnesia is nice because it gives you damage based off of your movement speed, and it triggers off of taking damage. With Dreadwind, you are in harm's way frequently, so it's going to trigger frequently. And Dreadwind also gives you move speed while it's active, 20%. So it feeds directly into Amnesia. Harbinger is nice because it gives shield capacity, which is more health since we have unarmored defense. And activating Dreadwind will give us 50% of our overall wards back. But Harbinger does not account for unarmored defense. It is looking at the maximum of what we would have had. So if I go and hurt myself somehow, that's going to be slow. How else can I do this? Let's find a better way of self-harming for demonstration. There we go. So if I do this to myself, I have no ward. Harbinger restores all of that. It restores 50% of my max over 2 seconds. But the max it's looking at is not this 8,074. It's looking at a theoretical max of, 16,100 and whatever. So, it's giving me my entire ward back in 1 second for 2 seconds. So Harbinger with unarmored defense and Dreadwind is like a huge amount of survivability. And then we have a fortifying sigil for a little bit of damage and healing that we can plop down before we spin. That 20% from Dreadwind going to Amnesia at all times or only when active. You only get the 20% from Dreadwind when you are spinning. And Amnesia looks at your movement speed stat when it's active. So you need to be both in an Amnesia window and actively spinning to get that. Can you use them 300 plus points I have? I could. I'm not going to. But I could. But I won't. Tried an Empowering Sigil might help with Icebreaker versus bosses. That's something I want to try. Let's, do I have any on me? I do have one. Okay. I wasn't using it before because I felt like I needed the healing against bosses with how much damage they did before. But now, I might not. I'm still going to roll this, actually, for another one. Cheaper reroll cost. But that could be good. Especially with Dreadwind being made to be more responsive in that last hotfix. They made it easier to start and stop, input-wise. Unarmored defense is great. Oh yeah, it's such an intuitive skill. You can just build around in a bunch of different ways. I've been on this morning, wanted to come wish you a happy Wednesday. Friendly reminder, love to spread love. Back to meetings, hope everyone has a quack dad day. You're probably gone by now, Foster, but thank you so much. I appreciate you. How are you doing so much damage with Dreadwind, boosting melee? I just described all of that. Being picky about my weapon, using that enchant. I am boosting melee, that's one of the things in the formula. It also gets ability. I also have an amnesia. I'm also triggering out chemical agent, and I'm boosting that. Boosting elemental damage. And points like badass points. Yeah, they're the equivalent. However, unlike badass rank or guardian rank, myth rank just makes you extremely overpowered extremely quickly, and there is no way to turn it off currently. There's no toggle. So if I was to spend those points, all my characters would permanently get that much stronger, and as a build crafter, that gives me less to do, because my build would then be less what I'm actually doing, and more how long I've played and gotten free 1% stat boosts for doing nothing. So I do not like overspec myth rank. So I cap myself. Ascended Trickster Ice Spike. Why did it have to be repeating with status? Ugh, that's awkward. I feel like I saw an empowering sigil somewhere in here. Let me look around more. Guess I didn't. Wishful thinking. So I was going to cap myself at 20 in each infinite myth rank, but the text on the screen started to annoy me. Now I'm just going to stop at 35, so I feel like I'm pushing in to deal with the text being on screen. I forget about the text until people bring it up, in all honesty. It's just, you get used to it. It shouldn't have to. I would love a toggle, but you get used to it. Okay, so this enchant would be, like, good, but I think I do want ASA Elemental. If I can roll it. How do we get the Ghostblade enchant that easily when we don't want it? Pain. I don't need that bad egg anymore. Pains me to get rid of it, but I also have a better slip and stun somewhere. And then this Barbaload could be way better as well. Making room. At what myth rank did you cap yourself? 480. I'll show you right here. It shows myth rank 819. That is including the 339 I've not spent, so 480. I know I said only one more, but boss runs are too addictive. Is 35 in each pushing it a lot? Think about it this way. The difference between 35 in each is 15% per stat. A non-chaos tiered ring is 15%. So you are effectively wearing 4 more rings than my character is. What do you spent the 400 already claimed on? So with these nodes, you've got the reload speed, the fire rate, the mag size, move speed, gun handling, dexterity. All those cap out at a certain point. This one caps at 10, this one's 10, this one's 15, 25, 20, 20. I maxed all of those. Each of the nodes has one that doesn't have a cap. So I brought that one to 20 while maxing all the other ones. So you can see 20. And then these are all 20 or less. of getting rare enchants when I'm not looking for them and then having to awkwardly waffle between rerolling or banking trying to find a different version of the item. Yeah, I just pretend I never got the roll at this point, Brendan. It's better for my sanity. Sure, if you spend them all, you get 84% more spell damage. That's almost as much spell as can give you. An interesting thing about building in this game is that your skill tree, you eventually come to a point where your skill tree is the least impactful part of your build. Your gear and your myth rank, if you do not cap your myth rank, make up more of your character's overall strength than your skill tree does. So, one of the reasons capping myth rank is beneficial is it keeps skill trees relevant build-wise. Is there no off switch? I'm not sure. I hope they implement that at some point. Or at least a respec. They don't have it in BL3 at first either. They could still give us that option. Yeah, it took them what, like 3 months, 4 months to give that to us in BL3? We're still kind of around that time frame. Oh, I do not have my Tootherator equipped. That's problematic. Yeah, so I'm standing in this empowered crystal just to keep my amnesia on. Oh, I broke it. You know, characters in BL3 is such a letdown. See, here's the thing. Purple trees did more than introducing one new character would have. Because we got one new skill tree for each of the 3 existing characters, plus at least one new action skill for each of the existing characters. Whereas if they had created a new character, that would have been 3 skill trees. And fewer action skills. So I'm happy we got purple trees in the way we did in BL3. Because it also allowed people to not feel trapped into doing another playthrough. They could just expand on their existing characters. It gave people choices. If you wanted to do a playthrough with a new tree, you could do that too. Whooper gets a new form? Sick. Is Quagsire gonna get one? Or is it gonna be one of the weird, like, yeah, you don't evolve type things? Also, I haven't watched the trailer or anything, Ken. I'm gonna watch that after stream. But how you doing? Chat, if you want some good lands content, some good Pokemon content, do a thing. This man does both. Get you a streamer who can do both. poison ground like Quag. Hype for the game? Me too. Me too. I'm gonna have a good time with that. Ever watch Cyberpunk trailer? No, I have it open in my browser, son. It's one of my many, many, many tabs. Like, how many tabs do I have open right now? Give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. I have about 68 tabs open. It's one of those. Gotta pay those tabs off. Understood. Elite Pig Ward do be a tanky boy. He's just surfing around. He's not even attacking me. He's just vibing. "68 tabs, anxiety-inducing behavior." Uh-huh. It's calculated. Are all tabs in one browser? You have them spread out in different browser windows like I do? It's Sakata, I'm not a psychopath. They're all in one. What do you mean? Are you okay? So distracted by that behavior that I went down to Waster. I also didn't bother to debuff him. This is something I like about bosses in this game. I did not respect this boss, so he was like, sit down. Maidenless behavior. Can't find them otherwise. Got YouTube stuff in one, gaming stuff in the other. How you doing, T-Dog? Multiple browsers, psycho behavior. I'm exaggerating. It's not. Pigwort's immune phase can't handle the dots. Yeah, there's some interesting ways to just kind of like get through Pigwort's immune phase like that. Like dots will continue ticking. Things that are kind of dots, like dagger storms and rain of arrows, will keep hitting. Bye. Oh, I love this game. Plus to alchemical agent. That's not okay. Eventually we're gonna get that hammer and anvil, chat. I want it so I can try it on the hammer throwing build. I wants it. When mom was looking at my laptop, funny, it was the multiple browsers, I thought. T-Dog, I don't know how many times I need to go over this with you. Home Depot is not a porn site. Says you. God damn it, there's so much porn. Home Degen though? Yes. Walmart is, look at all those sexy deals. Well done, Irish, you win this conversation. I'm gonna award the crown for that exchange to you. That was genuinely good. Hammer and anvil. Cool. We got it. Now, minor problem. I don't have bank space to put it away. Rather than multiple browsers with specific purposes and have it to inventory management in one browser. Stop attacking me. I spinned so I win. Real. How you doing, Manic Geek? Okay, what do we need? ASA Lightning. That could be decent for a start. We want ASA Lightning. If we can get that. Getting good enchants. Getting really good enchants. Hang on. Do I just, like, try out Hammer and Anvil with the Dreadwind enchant? Fuck it, let's do it. We rolled it. See what happens. We lose a bunch of health. We lose the heal from Body Rune, and we lose the bonus element from Body Rune. But I'm curious. Wait, so Hammer and Anvil and Amnesia. Let me actually read Hammer and Anvil. When taking damage while ward is full, summons a hammer. Does that include? Does Amnesia stop Hammer and Anvil from triggering? I never thought about that, but now I'm suspicious. Morning, Jedi Monkey. How you doing? $1.50 hot dog and soda gets me pretty hot. $1.50 hot dog and soda was the was my nickname in high school. Okay, hit me. So yeah, I think Amnesia stops Hammer and Anvil from triggering. Because it steals that first hit. That's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Hey, Quantum. What did those people say in the Wondercast made you put them on blast? They were part of a mob of people just saying absolutely nothing productive. being incredibly toxic as per the usual. And my assessment of their behavior has not changed watching them both before and after that instance. So I stand by what I said. I'm not in the business of enabling or tolerating toxicity that just hurts our entire community. Feel free to clip that and bring that back to them. I'm sure that's what you're here for. Gonna see ADTR, Beartooth, and Bad Omens tonight. I'm beyond hyped and listening to Bad Omens since the first release. I don't know any of those. I feel like you've mentioned Bad Omens before, but I'm happy for you. I hope you enjoy it. Amnesia makes the hammer forget? Seems that way. A Day to Remember. Ah, I do know that one. Nightmare Scammy and a Legendaries. It do be like that sometimes. Spin me around, baby, right round. Hey Pinky, how you doing? Just want to know what was said because I watched it, didn't see them attack anyone or say I didn't know the line. Here's who played. Because I don't know who you are. Oh, well, hi, I'm Quag. I do build stuff and I encourage productive approaches to discussion and gameplay within the Borderlands and Wonderlands communities. A little bit about me. I played these games for the builds, but also for the people. I came into the Borderlands community in terms of content creation and consumption and such at a time where I met a bunch of cool people who genuinely improved my life, and I have constructed a little corner of the internet where we do things like respect each other as human beings. And as a creator, I understand that my words have weight and that I have a responsibility as someone with a platform to set a good example. So, I call out those who don't. But at the end of the day, we have fun here. We make builds, we play games, and we shitpost. If that sounds like something you'd like to be a part of, be happy to have you here. Positive shitpost, yes. And talk constructively about how to improve a game we enjoy. Yeah. There's a very big difference between nuanced, constructive conversation on what something could do better or differently. There's a very big difference between that and being part of a mindless hate circle jerk that is completely unpleasable and just shows the worst of the people who participate in it. There's a very big difference. So what did they say was so out of line? Refer back to the last 3 times I just mentioned that they were participating in a mob of toxicity, doing absolutely nothing constructive. The most constructive things they were doing were being fucking children, unable to wait 5 full minutes for devs to come onto the chat. They were disrespectful to the guests, to the other people in the chat, and continued to spew absolute garbage. Like, I don't know how I can clarify this more to you. They are toxic. Make Quag do music videos and 24-hour streams. That music video thing is still, like, on my to-do list. It's still happening, probably. Okay, well, my Wi-Fi is being shit. Me too, comp. Professor Quag, do you see the new Pokemon trailer? I haven't yet. I plan on watching it right after stream. Dynamite? It's happening, J-Bridge. It's just, you know, COVID. It's the kind of project I would need assistance with. In fact, I'm going to see the Dragon Ball movie with a friend I haven't seen in shit a couple years now. Later this month, so maybe I'll try and bother him into helping me with that. Plan to see that too? Let's go. If I had to complain about Wonderlands, it'd be the Chaos Chambers don't have enough cliffs for Quag to fall off of. I have a easy time falling off cliffs. Hey Kirk, thanks for converting from a Prime to a Tier 1. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Support means the world. Thank you for being part of this community. Thank you for being you. Which Dragon Ball movie? Superhero.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Dragon Ball Superhero. Is it Dragon Ball Superhero or is it Dragon Ball Superhero? Enjoy Laserhand. It's pretty good. I need to build up my my setup a little bit to support it better. I feel like toxic's an umbrella term that certain people use when they just don't like someone. Okay, let's dig into this, since my initial assessment of you being here to stir shit seems to have been accurate, Quantum. Let's really dig into this, because this is the last time I'm going to address it with you. I really need you to laser in here and be present. There is a difference between constructively and in the correct place at the correct time having a conversation about your issues with something, about presenting said feedback in a positive, thoughtful, and still direct way, supported by actual facts and reliable metrics. There's a difference between doing that, and we have examples in the community of people conducting themselves in such a way. You have people like Moxie, people like Killer6, people like Epic NNG, who have grievances with certain things that have been done during the Wonderland cycle. But they create content, they discuss these things in a positive manner without alienating people, without being raging fucking shitlords. They conduct themselves properly and are good examples to the community as a whole. Be more like them if there's something you don't like. However, the other way that these things are being done is the people you seem to be farming for information for. And those people have made a consistent habit, both in the Wondercast chat and elsewhere on the internet, of conducting themselves in an absolutely abhorrent manner that fucking embarrasses all of us, makes life harder for all of us, because let's think about this real quick. Over in the Destiny community, they have absolutely no developer communication right now because the devs are scared to interact with anyone between the death threats and garden variety toxicity. We're like a hair away from that over here in the lands community, exactly because people like that know the effects of their platforms on the community as a whole. When people of actual influence act a certain way, people feel emboldened to act in a similar way. So, as a creator, you do have a responsibility, knowing your words have weight, to be better. You have that responsibility, and denying said responsibility is, well, shameful. So, there's different ways to have these dialogues, different ways to interact with the community as a whole, with the developer of the game, with the publisher of the game, with people who feel differently than you do. And I will continue to call out people who do not act like fucking adults. We good now? Are we good? Actually, didn't know it was that bad for Destiny. Yeah, it is infamously bad. That should not happen to anyone anywhere. So, if I, as a creator, as someone with some amount of influence, can help stop that from happening over here, you bet your fucking ass I'm gonna. Primordial Fragment Rain. I did get an Ascended one. I still haven't done Fragment Rain Marshmallow stuff at C50. It always looks fun when Lazy does it. I gotta pick that back up again. Let's watch the Pokemon trailer, no spoilers, look forward to your thoughts. I'm looking forward to watching that, Ember. Imagine how toxic the Lance community would be with the competitive scene in PvP. Yeah, I don't wanna. I do not want to go there. Doesn't sound like fun. You don't want to think about that. Borderlands Legends. Hey, that's Rabbit's favorite. If you like Moxer K6, make a video saying this is my opinion on what I'd like to see change. Still love the game. You can say this game sucks, the dev suck, and everyone likes this game suck. There's even more nuance than that, Roddy. You can say, hey, I would like this to be changed. I'm really not enjoying it. This isn't for me right now. But these are just my thoughts. Like, you can do that. People who jump directly to just flinging their shit at the walls at any opportunity they can find, those people should be named, those people should be shamed, and those people should not be welcome in our community. Dark Times got all of our own ways to get through it. Won't say all my own, won't judge others for how they get through hard stuff. Quack, thank you for speaking truthfully with your thoughts and opinions and beliefs. Refreshing, amazing to see. Thank you for doing that kind of stuff. Hey, it's something that's important to me. New game bad is bad. Happens every time. No V-Bucks. Stealing shit from save files. What'd you take, Lenny? You working on BL3 stuff right now? Or are you doing Wonderland stuff? I think people should keep in mind that making and updating games costs time and resources. It's possible to expect fixes to happen just because you may need it to be fixed. It's much easier to find and make a bug than to fix one. Well, not only that, but, you know, you're never going to get something that nuanced across Itsukato to these people, because some of these people are the same who complained when a free update to Borderlands 3 was delayed in support of people's basic human rights. Some of these people are the same people who complained when a paid update to Borderlands 3 was delayed because people were dying in the state where the developer is located. There's people who cannot be reasoned with, so they should be excised. Unfortunately, as long as you remain anonymous, people remain being children because there's no consequence of their action. Well, as we've seen, Shag, it's not limited to the protection of anonymity. People will behave that way even as their entire brand. I've become purple name. Is white red or dot damage the same between dual and single beam? I imagine it's different, Conman. I imagine the dual beam is lower than listed. That would be my guess. Name must stay green for thematic reasons. Oh yeah, burn it up. Sometimes I wish I was a fucking penguin, that way I could have zero associations with the humans on this earth. Yeah, sounds good, doesn't it? You remember when this attack could, like, kill you? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Well, I don't know anything about Discord, so I'll check it out. So don't ask questions on here. You're intentionally not getting the point, so goodbye. Multiple times it's been explained to you. Yes, asking question is welcome. If you're actually here to participate in like the community in good faith, submit a ban appeal, but for now I can't be fucking bothered with you. The guy's just genuinely clueless? Maybe, which is why I encourage submitting a ban appeal. You could still hear and see if you're still here. Well, not see chat, you can still see me. But like, that wasn't going anywhere. So, what augments can a hammer and anvil roll? I'm actually going to look that up real quick. Can't remember if it's like the limited slate that Body Rune has. Checking Loot Lemon. By the way, Loot Lemon's goated. Insanely helpful for any landscape resources you might need. Okay, hammer and anvil. Augments. Yeah, it's just the same as Body Rune. Okay, capacity and healthy. I did remember correctly. So, we would want probably healthy for the hammer build. Probably healthy. It's not hard to understand, Manic Geek, which is why I acted. Primordial Wardew with Absorb and Reflect. That's interesting. I don't think I'd ever want both of these. Like, one suffices. I'd want the other one to be some sort of capacity increase. Or, like, adaptive. But that's trying. Only reason I'm not picking it up is because I just don't have inventory spaces. I have 2. Reflects bullets and absorbs them. Yeah, my understanding is that only one can happen per bullet. But maybe that's something that should be tested. Comes from a person who's had wants the same cluelessness and still have it at times and can at least be patient with it. I don't like the implication that I can't, but keep in mind how many people I interact with a day, comp. I know what certain patterns of behavior look like. And allowing room for actual cluelessness, I encouraged the submission of a ban appeal. Aside Dark Magic could be okay. Because plate mail? Maybe. Yeah, we'll keep going. Hey, Snowspawn. How you doing? Here to have fun and watch Quag suffer while Forza Horizon 5 downloads. I've never I've never really got into racing games, but I must say I do enjoy watching Forza and Hot Wheels. It's made me consider playing those, which is weird for me. I've never had an interest in a racing game before. Uncharted territory, so to speak. I prefer finding cracked gear while Quag plays cracked builds for immersion. Thought of some potentially interesting questions. Let me check some research real quick to make sure I'm asking good questions. Yeah, feel free. You know how we do it here. Questions are welcome. Okay, come on, Blade. Slacking. Laziest vids maybe buy Hot Wheels. Got the DLC last night and I'm downloading it again because it's over 100 gigs and my PC lacks infinite space. I'm trying to figure out when I do upgrade my PC, how much storage space I want to have. Because with streaming, I don't need that many games installed at once. Because like 1 or 2 of them will be taking up the majority of my time. So I can just have those on my SSD and then I have more than enough room on my other drive. But like, it would also be nice to have more stuff on my SSD. Like but it would be nice though, part of my brain is overriding the logical part. Infinity and Beyond space. $1 million! Mario Kart drinking games typically end after 1 or 2 races. Relatable. Crit connoisseur. Kind of, and how much storage you thinking? I don't have any concrete ideas right now, Baron. Currently what I'm running on is I have a 250 gig SSD and then a 1 terabyte HDD. Or it might be 2 terabytes actually. It's 1 or 2 terabytes. I don't really need more, but it's one of those things that would be cool to have. I haven't looked at price points for storage or anything recently. Because it's one of those things I'm going to have to just talk myself into doing instantly. Like, oh, this is how much it costs? Okay, don't think, bye. Already upgrading, so you know more storage? Yeah, I just haven't made any sort of concrete decision. The July grind was really finalizing me putting aside that money for the PC. So once again, thanks to everyone who contributed to the channel in any sort of way, whether that's watching ads, you know, bits, subs, gift subs, directs, tips, and any of that stuff really went a long way towards that. That's something I'm gonna be able to do now. I ran extra ads and stuff through July, which I'm so glad I'm not having to do that anymore. Because Twitch's offer for that for August was just sad. Extra aiming down sights. Yes, extra additional enemies as well. On my Quag stream. As weird as it sounds, M2, if you're looking at one of those, perform better with more capacity versus the less space variant. It's one of those things that my eyes glazed over halfway through reading that. Like, oh, I have no idea how any of this works. So, I'm sure you'll explain it to me at some point, Pinky. Barely missed the skip. You gonna swim today? Ooh. I haven't been swimming in quite some time. I'm trying to think of the last time I went swimming, actually. Might have been like 2018. Interrupted him mid-attack. That was satisfying. I only got one hit in there. But look at Harbinger working overtime there. Hey Perrick, how you doing? Just got to the end of the Chaos Chamber run, game gave me +6 to double knot. That just sounds rude. Cool. Blurst. Yeah, that'd be accurate. Got an appreciation thing to really enjoy seeing the DLC areas appearing in Chaos Chamber. It's really nice to get the rooms. Something I've seen a lot of requests for is, hey, I'd like more variety added to the Chaos Chamber with DLCs. Like, you mean the system that's there? Yeah. Tired, but I manage you. One of those scream into the void type days. I do want ring upgrades. Empowering sigil, empowering sigil, empowering sigil. Let's roll for that. Those Doom soundtrack intensifiers can relate. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, they don't have much ammunition. J-Bridge. And the funniest thing about people with bad behavior is, the ones showing their asses lately aren't half as intelligent as they think they are. They think people don't see things. punching above their weight class, so to speak. I got my questions together. What damage type of the Novas from the Panamecium armor does Nova have a chance to apply status effect? Can the Nova damage the enemy it comes from? Can the Livewire still proc Exi-Blade? Exi-Blades inherit the elemental damage type of your melee. Can Exi-Blades apply status effects? The airspeed velocity of Coconut Laden Swallow. Okay, in order. Novas from Panamecium armor are just general damage. They do not get ability, spell, any of that stuff. They do get area, global, conditional, poison, all that stuff. They do have a chance to apply status effects. They do hit the enemy it originates from. Livewire cannot proc Exi-Blade because Livewire is now melee damage if you're referring to the melee chains. Exi-Blades do inherit the element of your melee weapon. Exi-Blades can apply status effects, and they can alchemical agent. European or African. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, sorry to rattle off the answers that quickly. If you need me to go over any of those again, Snowspawn, I'd be happy to. There's an empowering sigil, but it's not cryo. I want a cryo one. Keep going. Any advice for not amazing this game, Trapscallion player? So the biggest thing that I've seen Trapscallion players running into is they go down a fair bit because they don't have a lot of raw tank. Something that Trapscallion lacks is healing. So a good way of getting around that is having a good buffer. And let's say you're doing a total glass cannon build. You could be running around with 2,000 HP and no wards. Obviously, enemies are really gonna mess you up in that situation. So you want to have some sort of safety net in place to at least discourage that. So just getting more raw health or wards or both could help you out a lot. Putting the hero points in Constitution goes a long way to that end, even if you're not doing unarmored defense stuff like I am right now. Sigils are good advice as well, Sora. No, Irish, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. It goes a long way. Thank you so much. Taking care of some familiar names as well. Love to see it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that, Irish. It goes a long way. Thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
There it goes. Stream Element's caught up eventually.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
You know when you get a notification, you're like, oh, what is this? And you look down, and it's fucking, pay this bill. Like, instant psychic damage. Adulting 100.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Turns out it's a trick question. Both African and European swallows have the same average speed of 24 miles per hour, unladen or not. There you go. That's the real answer.
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
There you go, Quack? Yeah. That alert will never not be funny to me. Okay, let's put away this hammer and anvil. If we fucking can. And I want to try it out on the good old hammer throwing build. We still got to re-roll it. But I'm hopeful. always feel the need to add that line whenever I ask the long string questions. Hey, it's funny. I don't blame you. And questions are good. Questions are welcome. Questions are how you learn things. Just always remember to actually be there to listen for the answers. What is this Fate Maker? What, with the cursed mask? Fem Gigamind? Oh.
Something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Is there a Kevin near me? There's not a Kevin near me at the moment. I do not have a readily available cat. I think one is under my bed and the other one's in my closet. But, yeah, Fem Megamind. I just thought the beard would be funny. And it was a hairstyle I hadn't used in any of my other characters. No dumb questions. Me, can I use my mushroom pet as a trampoline? That would be fun if you could. I imagine that would be a nightmare to the map designers, like having to account for that. For the same reason that any game that has, say, a double jump, you need to design the entire game around the existence of that feature, or else people start going out of bounds in weird places, skipping stuff that they shouldn't, causing soft locks. But that would be cool. Slam and Salmon's dot from the hilt effect have its base damage listed on the card based off the initial melee hit. I don't actually know the answer to that one, Snowspawn. Fell into the trap with Nightbot. It's okay. You did your best. Cheer Quag up. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion because they're so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide. Beat polar bear in a fight, like an underwater unicorn. Kick-ass facial horn. They're the Jedi of the Seal. They'll stop Cthulhu eating you. Narwhals, don't let them shut your balls. Narwhals. Aren't narwhals like fucking evil? Don't they just like murder? You just sing it? Me singing? Good joke. That's deep cut. Oh, stuck in my head. I don't know it. One of my hopes for BL4 is more ways to interact with the environment as well, more options for all characters, manipulate, maneuver, and control the area they're in. BL3 add more environment stuff, like the core and DLC and jump pads to be more interactive. Oh yeah, I totally agree. More environmental interactivity. More advanced movement as well. A common discourse lately has been there's a popular mod for Borderlands 2 that adds in like Doom Eternal style air dashing and stuff, and it looks really enjoyable. That's something I would love to have in like a Borderlands game. Do I have a really funny copy pasta? Let's find one. Let's find one. That one's about poop. Poop is funny. I'm scrolling. Spiders are bad, but I at least could kill a spider, which puts me at ease. But how the fuck am I supposed to kill a crab without a weapon? They're literally unkillable spiders that can breathe underwater, eat their own babies, not to survive. They just look at one of their children and say, fuck you, you're gonna be dinner today. Crap. go, Hammer and Anvil. You can do it. You did absolutely jack shit. Go, my hammer. Ah, that did a little something. Did a little something. Priz. Thank you for the 23 months, Priz. I appreciate it. It's funny because that's how I look at crabs. Fuck you, you're gonna be dinner today. It really do be like that. Growing up, apparently, one day, I can't remember if the story was like crab or lobster. It was like, you know, some sort of cookout type thing. And,
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
there's the alert.
Quag Chad crabs Quag Chad.
Thank you again, Priz. My family was gonna make one of those crustaceans, and, it was like very much still alive, and shenanigans ensued. There was like a chase. I think if it was a crab, I would not have come out of that situation alive. So it was probably a lobster. Or you just throw mushroom-petted enemies. Not saying to be useful or good or amazing, but throwing sentient mushroom angler-related enemies sounds funny. It does sound funny. Especially if the mushroom danced like the counterfeint ward does. Yeah, these hammers don't hit very hard. It's a little disappointing. A little disappointing, to be honest. Counterfeit? What, you hate that it's a literal ward that default dances? You hate that Fortnite is canon in Wonderlands? Because I think it's funny. Primordial Mage Staff, yep. I did see that trade secret. I cried a little inside. Know how to convey spaghetti about it? Oh, yeah, that thing. I still haven't tested that properly. He'll die. Wait, hang on. Right there, you guys saw two hammers back to back, right? Like, from the board. Can your ward go down? Can your ward's value be reduced while you're in Save Your Soul? Because it looked like it was just spam triggering. That could have just been pure happenstance from my ward getting refilled. But that looked suspicious. Unironically want Mage Staff for Ambihex. Yeah, Lazy uses Mage Staff to clear out bar forms. HP's tracked while down, and see why wards wouldn't be. Yeah, I know you can get amp shots, but it looks like Hammer and Anvil requires your ward to be full. And I got two back-to-back triggers. There you go, down me, down me. We gotta test this. I got up from something. Why is this? Survivability problems in this game, am I right? Well, we learned something interesting today. Hammer's actually owning there. It certainly looked like it, Ewok. We learned that if Quag for real died, he fucked up hard. Yeah. And actually just, like, kind of AFK with that. You're on C50? I am. And I don't have health bug because Drill would have died. Oh, hey, Hammer does spawn. It just doesn't track Drill. Bop. Thank you for testing. I don't want him to phase. Just gonna smack him up a bit. Cool, that was close. So I think with a proper enchant on this Hammer and Angela, I could go far. That Dark Magic enchant's probably doing a lot for my plate mail bonus element, depending on how that's functioning. But ASA Lightning would be like the play. Though the Dark Magic one helps my Spellblade, but I don't often have my action skill active when swinging my Spellblade. So I think ASA Lightning's still the play. Hate that I haven't had any luck in finding improvement for my normal purple amulet. Amulet part variance is pretty crazy comp. It's very hard to upgrade that particular slot. Amulets and armor are the ones I see people having trouble with the most. Salmon says the effect to put on poison status effect on enemies every hit stacks up to 5 times. Does it mean you can have 5 separate poison status effects on an enemy taken separately, or they merge into one larger number? They merge. Keep in mind that every status effect in this game can stack up to 5 times. That's not a thing exclusive to the salmon. I don't know why it reads that way, but other dots can do that too. That is why, for example, Exploit Their Weakness can be fully utilized with even just full commitment to one element, because you can stack it 5 times with one. Struggling with rings. Yeah, I'm using a purple. Just I got really lucky with the purple. Now this isn't even as good as it could be among purples, because purples can get 3 passes. But really? Yeah, dot stacking's a thing in this game. It was in BL1, it was absent until Wonderlands. You can dot stack. Only need one element? Yep. It will fully stack with 5 stacks of a single element. That's a decent cape. Never mind. The skills are good, and then the rest of it isn't. It tried. It tried. Class mod used for Deadshot? Spellcasting Deadshot, or what kind of Deadshot, Lenny? Have a good ammo shell ring. Others a chaotic purple. Yeah, I'm using that purple, and then I have a volatile thumb cuffs that, you know, well rolled. Why? Hybrid gun and spells. Amnesia is a good bet. Amalgam. Warp Paradigm. Changes the way I was gonna run my next character. Yeah, you don't need to do like the whole rainbow elements thing. You can just commit to the ones that would be most effective for you. So for Clawbringers, for example, you tend to see a lot of them going lightning and fire because Clawbringer's awe skill, you need both. So it's better to specialize. So with just those two, and I happen to be running Corrupted Plate Mail, so I have Dark Magic, but even with just those 3, I'm still able to get all 5 stacks to exploit their weakness. Hey Natas, how you doing? Good to see you. Around how many enemies are outright immune resistant to poison? I think just, I can think of one obelisk boss that's the king, I believe. And then, like, some coiled? As far as I know, it's just those. Poison resistance immunity is very uncommon. Lightning being the most common resists, I think poison's the least common. I guess the bloomps, the poison bloomps. Pink coiled, thank you, comp. And yeah, the bark bag thing is the bloomps. They seemed afraid of lightning in this game because it still has the most favorable elemental matchup, but it no longer has like a super dot compared to the other ones, and it's the most common resist. With Salissa being resistant, one phase of drill, the hardest phase of drill, being resistant, and then you have the Bernadette is immune. There are coiled that are resistant. What are Chum's resists again? Fire and... Is it fire and cryo or fire and lightning? I can't remember if it was the soaked elements or not. It would make sense if it was the soaked elements, but in reverse. Chum's has resists. I just can't be fucking bothered to remember. Any element tick faster? No. They all tick at the same rate in this game. Which is actually a direct contradiction of something it tells you somewhere. I want to say... Yeah, this isn't true. Imelda can also just rotate different resists. She'll just decide to be resistant to something. Action skill starts spell. Because I have Spellblade. That could be good. Alright, let's try that. They tick, but do they talk? Good question. Chumps doesn't have the health to make you worry about the resists. Exactly. See, I'm back. Welcome back on the original one, Sora. Currently, any convenient means for me to bypass the farming things for the sake of testing? That wouldn't be something to ask about here. but I'm sure you can trade with people. When Hickory Dickory docks. You have a point. Yep, docks. Alright, let's see how Hammer and Anvil does against Wastard. We just took Encroaching Darkness as well, so our Save Your Soul timer is going to be shorter. I'm curious to see how this pans out. Huh. So, Hammer and Anvil with Indomitable in particular is a really good combo, because you just, like, get more. Like, it'll refill and you'll just instantly get another one. I think I might run this long term. Especially with Plate Mail, it's also just more healing. I almost want to run a Harbinger with this. So I'm gonna. Lose some status damage, but it's fine. Hammer and Anvil good. Yeah, Rune, we had an Obelisk room, a little bit ago, where I just took my hands off the keyboard and, like, the room cleared itself. Between Hammer and Anvil, Alchemical Agent, Contagion, like, the room just cleared itself. Enemies also struggled to actually kill me. Let's see if I can make it happen again. Indomitable's on cooldown right now, so we'll see. Okay, now hit me again. What did I kill? I don't know what I killed. I don't know how this works. What am I killing? Okay, so I'm capable of dying. Wonderland's crashing? Ah, I haven't crashed often. Wyvern maybe? Could have been the Wyvern. Could have been the Wyvern. Understand magic bullets. Just proc with them in the skill tree, do elemental damage, what spell I've equipped, stack the element damage, and confuse. It's just gun damage, soccer check. So, magic bullets looks at how high your spell damage stat is, then takes the listed percentage, and adds that value. So it looks at the total of your spell damage. Let's say you had, you know, 1,000 spell damage. It would divide that into the percentage, and then whatever that number is, depending on how many points of magic bullets you have, that would get added to your gun damage category as regular old gun damage. It is just regular gun damage. It's now a Hammer and Anvil testing stream? Yes. Why did they keep spawning there? That was 5 in a row. Just... Now, we can attribute like 2 of those to Indomitable refilling my shields, but that doesn't account for all of those. It seems to have a very loose definition of when your shield is full. Which is a good thing. That makes this interesting. Parts are best. It can only get either capacity or ward, Brucey. So, whichever one of those is more relevant to your setup. Capacity or health. I don't know what I said. Well, you gotta have the hammer. Anvil's probably good too. Well said. Can't argue with that. Nose from Panamisium armor get bonus elements? Yes. This is feeling pretty spicy. This is feeling pretty good. I think Action Skill Start Spell might end up winning out over ASA Lightning. Because while it is a smaller number, I do already have 47% Lightning here. I have 35% more from here. I have 25% here. And then myth rank, I have... How much do you get? It'll be equal to whatever the element over here is. Is there not one over there? %. Finally killed Hatterax solo. Let's go, Jelly. That first solo Hatterax kill is a rush. Also, Hatterax music, absolute bop. You know, Smithy's Ire moves items on the ground even in co-op. That's interesting, Scrunt. That's funny. How are you? And of course we got Imelda. Does Hammer and Anvil hit you? Pause, champ. It spawned. Oh, it went for an ad. Well, Stab-O-Matic time. Coincidence? I think not. Doing consistently without dying is key for one life. Oh yeah, yeah. Raid bosses in any of the games in one life are like... No. Definitely an achievement. Man, I miss having health. Kevin. It's a cat. Petting the cat. He's a good boy. Not the just chatting end, Kevin, the just catting end. There you go. Change my Discord name to Imelda's Little Helper, then your next boss was her. Why did you curse me? If this is a Melda again. Okay. How's the damage of the Envy's elemental puddles calculated? I don't have the exact math on that, but I know that it's something that was underperforming due to an incorrectly set value early on. Not really. This is actually relatively recent, between DLC 2 and 3. And they corrected that, and I've not tested the Envy since then, so I know it's changed. So I'm not actually sure. Wonder if melee weapons will stay in Wonderlands. Huh? I missed something. Like, not make it into the Borderlands franchise. Oh, I think it'd be very unlikely for them to not return. Because, like, it's something that was first requested in Borderlands games. Like, people saw Zero's sword and Krieg's axe and were like, yeah, let me just use that all the time. So I think it would be a missed opportunity if it isn't a returning feature. Capetides, spell damage, global damage, only 1 in awe. If I was gonna do Hexecutioner stuff, that would be good though. Take it. Hopefully in BO4 we can put melee weapons in the 4 primary spots. Yeah, that would make me happy. Buzz Axe and monomolecular, excuse me, swords and Digistruct daggers. Yeah. Missed the skip. So you don't have COV start up your melee weapons, I'd be happy. Yeah, that's a big thing that bothered me a lot in BL3. So the weapons, a lot of the weapons that the game was like, hey, you hold this while you melee. Mainly the pistols. They had the longest animation delay between animations, with the exception of launchers. And you always had that startup animation on weapon swapping. So that was awkward for melee. It's not really gone in this game either, but at least the impact is not as profound. In front of my Mara, it was definitely frustrating, Jelly. Yeah. Counterintuitive to an annoying degree. Any cool things you could do if you could dual wield melee or place action skill like Ambidextrous does? You could get a really high hit count with that Jedi Monkey, so you'd have really rapid triggering of things like Vampire Hilt, things like the Live Wire Chain, stuff like that would get really interesting. DM me something for later? Oh, cool. Is it a fun surprise? Is it wholesome and absolutely not frustrating at all? Or a nasty surprise. Doom music intensifies? Oh, lovely, lovely. That's hilarious. I tried to keep a straight face. I couldn't. There are people who exist who... It's beyond parody. Here's a life lesson for you, chat. Never underestimate the entertainment value of a stupid person who believes themselves to be the smartest person in the room, because they will always embarrass themselves. One of those boxes of Mel that you can have all of them, Roddy. They're all yours. Actually. That's the correct energy. I'm always the smartest person in the room when I'm alone. It's okay, Jaybridge, I never let you be alone. I'm always there. Always slightly disappointed, but rooting for you. If you could ignore my name on Discord, you can still see my dog. I'm being tormented. Help, I'm being harassed. What's the cat shelters competition? So, what was it exactly? I was having a conversation with my family a couple days ago. And then, it was like, you know when you're just misplacing something constantly, you're like, oh, who took it, jokingly, knowing that, you know, you just forgot where you put it. Well, my dad was doing something like that, and then, he's like, which one of the cats did it? And I just flat out said, well, Kevin's too fat to have an interest in going all that way. He's a lazy cat, right, Kevin? He's gotten very complacent. And Jake is just not smart enough. Kevin, good boy. Kevin is
Did
good
you hear
boy. So is
something?
Jake.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
So even when I'm super just full Papega, I can guarantee that I'm like the second smartest being in the room. Kevin's probably still smarter than me. Cats are way smarter than they act. They tend to be. They dumb it down for me. The very first day I had these two, Jake decided that like eating laundry soap would be a good idea. So he's just consistently carried that energy his whole life. He's like, I don't understand consequences. Cat's smarter than me, she learns so quickly. Cats are the best. Yeah, I eat poisons. It's funny because he was pretty chill about the whole thing. But like, it was one of those situations where I was in the dark, because it was kind of a dreary day out. I blackout curtains, so I have them now. I had them then. But I was in my bedroom. I was on my bed, playing the PlayStation, and he goes and he jumps up on my lap, and I'm petting him. I'm like, "Oh, you're kind of wet, huh? Were you like in the tub again or something?" And then I was like, "Huh, you kind of smell. You just used the box?" Well, turns out I was the box in that particular moment. Because there was liquid results. He comes over to claim responsibility as I'm talking about him. Liquid cooling. Oh no. Yes, I was talking about you. Just making sure you showered for the day. He definitely ensured that. He's gotta use the box again. Yeah, that's why he's here. Right, Jake? Please don't shit on me. You can sit on me, not shit on me. Does the mic pick this up? You guys hear that? Sadly not. Oh. It does? Oh, cool, cool. Had to turn audio up more. It's hey Kateri, how you doing? It's much more obvious on Discord because my sound settings are different, and OBS versus Discord noise cancellation is like very different. There's some things that do get picked up in Discord that don't on OBS, and vice versa, and none of it makes sense. I'm not a sound design guy though. Getting through the work. Glad you're getting through it. Jake here is rooting for you too. Right, Jake? Go, Hammer. The sound design on that's so good. The same OBS versus Discord sounds so different. I don't know how to work, so just settle for whichever. Yep. Someone didn't figure it out. Everyone put audio up. That's toxic. When cat happy, we happy. True. Nullify and Theodore. Cool, cool, cool. So there, we were just showcasing what not to do. Remember that one time we collectively became sad at Stray? That was the thing. Stray made me cry twice. I am a grown-ass man. And Stray made me cry twice. Jail! Love that meme so much. Okay, seriously, tell me. I need the opinions of people who weren't there when this happened. Is this not the funniest shit? Like, look at that, and look at my face. Just look at that, and look at my face. This just came up during gameplay. Just giant jail in the middle of the screen. It was the funniest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Who screenshotted this? Kyler did. Caught mid-pog. Peepo jail. Jail, but maybe with good behavior you can get on parole. That was good. That was good. Makes me think of that team with glasses getting arrested in kind of the same face. I don't know what you're referring to. Game? Why is this game trolling me? You know, I still haven't seen Chums in the chamber in, like, weeks. Try and find it? Okay. Yeah, caught in 4K fusion. Shut up, Roddy. This is your fault. You did this to me. You cursed me. Melda's little helper. Finish Chum's 4 so we can be blessed with Bitey Boy. But Chum's earlier forms are supposed to show up as you finish them. And I've not seen Chum's 1 through 3 on any of my characters that have done that. I've not seen Chum's 4 on any of my characters that have done that. Like, I've just not seen Chums in the chamber in a while. Kind of worried about him. Chum slap spell win. I get Chums frequently. I'm jealous. I'm very jealous. How do I do that every time? I just bonk the Smithy's Ire right off of the crystal thing. Hey, I survived that. That's cool. Now that this is full, we take a hit, just spawn a hammer. The hammer seems to have had some trouble connecting, but I think it got there eventually. I'm in direct contact with Gearbox and got them to up your Imelda chance. I wouldn't put it past you. What gun is this? This is a Scalawag. I almost called it a Scalaquag because that's my Discord nickname. These are good because they can have a 25% blade, which just boosts your melee damage passively by holding it. They can get these melee crossbolts, which are huge for any melee build, formula-wise. They can roll up to ×2 while still having this blade. They can roll on any element. So they're just really useful tools to have. It's not doing the lion's share of my damage here, but it's providing me a bunch of stat buffs and debuffing the enemy. We'll go back to spinning after this run, but Hammered Anvil is working out nicely. Go back to spinning and do, I think, a featured. That'll be fun. Ooh, now I'm thinking about, if instead of a warrior spellblade, if I ran a vampire one, that's even more potential hammers. And that's just good survivability. Ooh, I'm liking that idea. Seen that BL1 Iridian weapon mod? I have not. But feel free to tell me about it. Gun build bribe from loading screen boss certainly did not work. It's in the process of working. I'm figuring out when I'm gonna do gun stuff, trying to pin down a day. So like, today is spinning and hammer throwing. Tomorrow is probable hotfix day, so I want to keep that day open and flexible, because new featured and whatnot too. Friday, I plan on doing some BL3 on stream, if you didn't hear me talk about that.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, back.
Thank you for another gifted sub to the community. Loading screen. Total 22. I appreciate it. Thank you. And then Saturday, Devil May Cry 5. Sunday, day off. Monday, I'm thinking Monday we finally do that gun build chaos climb. So it's already confirmed. Like the hammer throwing? Me too. Me too. We got a hammer action skill, we got a hammer spell, and we've got a hammer ward. The only spot we don't have a hammer where we could is our melee weapon. Funny enough. BL3 on stream? Yeah. Glenny got me playing a little more BL3 over this week. By a little more, I mean got me to boot it for the first time in 4 months. And I'll probably introduce it to the rotation. If nothing else, serve as an example of someone who enjoys and creates content for both games. God damn it, Roddy. Why not both? Exactly. Exactly. Katera's excited to finally understand BL3 streams. Yeah, BL3 is at a point where, you know, even post Wonderlands, more BL3 build tech discoveries were made, by the way. That's how just robust that game is in terms of the number of just things going on. but it's gonna be nice to do that on stream again. Better play all 4. I played all 4 yesterday and the day before. Did a bit of Moze, did a bit of Mara, did a bit of Flack, did a little bit of Zane. I did the most Moze the last 2 days, but yeah, all the characters. Hammer Throw's the most fun action skill, don't at me. It is very fun. It is very fun. Let's go for melee weapons. Hope for a Spellblade with Vampire. Lurking it a bit late, but Pog BL3. Yeah! When my friend challenged me to a duel and planned to run away since I was Moze, he fell into a lift elevator shaft and couldn't get out, and I Iron Beared him. We had an amazing laugh. That sounds great. That sounds great. Yeah, for me... Sorry, hang on. Quick break for dying. I inhaled wrong and now I feel like death. Ugh. What was I saying? Oh yeah, BL3 is still my favorite. Like, I've been very transparent about that. BL3 is my favorite of any Gearbox title. However, I also love Wonderlands. Wonderlands is very easily my second favorite. And as a build crafter, Wonderlands scratches all the itches that BL3 does for me. BL3 is something that I have a great deal of familiarity with, and a lot of time invested means that there's a lot of builds I enjoy over in that game that I hadn't played in a while. So I'll probably be doing BL3 here and there, but Wonderlands is still absolutely my main game for the foreseeable future, because I have plenty to do in this game. Inhale correctly. Trying to. It's difficult. Shout out to everyone who's either been crushed or is crushed with lifts in Borderlands games. Found the image. I need to think of if I can put the link in chat. Yeah, as long as the source is like a safe for work place, not a should be, feel free. Funniest game ever, and one of the best. Portal 2, any other funny games? Funny games. I'm drawing a blank. I can't think of funny games right now. I mean, unintentionally funny, Resident Evil 6. Like, if you've ever wanted to laugh at a game that is trying very hard to be serious, but is just so utterly insane, Resident Evil 6. Destroy all humans, yes. I've not seen that meme before. That's a good one. Stopped by BL2 stream yesterday. 2 creators and complained about things in Wonderlands that have changed since launch. Uninformed take, sadly. Well, that's their MO. That's their MO. Same people, if I'm guessing correctly, did the same thing with BL3 and complained about issues that were resolved as early as April 2020. They still complain about them in August 2022. So, like, it's never about the substance. Which is why I promote good faith conversations, and positivity, and accuracy. The worst disservice you can do to something you actually want to improve is be dishonest in your critique. That's the worst thing you can do, because then it doesn't get resolved. But if you critique things that aren't actually there, then you're outing yourself as just doing it for the complaining rather than for the actual benefit of the target, you know? BL3 and 2 were both damn funny at times. BL1 I really enjoyed in like a super fucked up kind of way. Like BL1 Tannis was one of those alarmed laughter kind of funnies. Like holy shit, what? Kind of laugh. Resident Evil 6 is too frustrating to be funny. Maybe solo. Co-op, it's just like... It's a good time. Genuinely love to see a community movement sharing all our funny stories, memories, Gearbox games, and tagging the teams. They can see all the fun memories our games have given us and so much hate. I would love to see something like that too, Good Wolf. In fact, I'm gonna take note of that. I'm gonna put that on my to-do list. I keep a notepad doc open of just like thoughts and stuff I have, like things to do or explore. That's going on there. Maybe I could coordinate something like that. Hey, Migazul. Or Mijizul. I'm terrible with names. Please correct me. Streamer's basically illiterate this deep into the stream. Thank you so much for the Prime and the 4 months with the 2-month streak. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Got it right the first time? Cool. I feel like this comes up every single time. I'll learn it eventually. Thank you so much for your support. It means the world to me. Tannis character development from BL1 to BL3 is what I live for. Me personally, I feel like Tannis got less interesting as she kind of made more appearances, just because they needed to counterbalance all these crazy, like, actually just batshit characters with a sane voice from time to time. And I think Tannis is the one character they should never have put in that role. Like, she's knowledgeable, but I think I preferred Tannis when she was just like, every single thing she said, you're like, immediately uncomfortable, like, something's not right here. That was a cool character dynamic. But by the time you get through BL3, she's basically just, like, downgraded from violently, alarmingly just, what happened to you, to, like, she's kinda quirky. Like, we already have, more well-adjusted characters. This is gonna spark some debating, but, one of the most well-adjusted characters in the Borderlands universe is Ava. Seriously, consider what that character has been through and who her role models are. She's just, like, a little annoying, but basically a normal person. Compared to, like, everybody else. It's like, Ava, Mordecai are pretty just normal people. Definitely Mordecai. She lived in a fart cave? Yeah. Relentless rage at the goat. Ava being a normal human being is the final straw for gamers. It really do be like that. Hadn't had enough time to go completely insane too young. I mean, she at her current age is more well-adjusted than Tino was when younger than her. So, like, there's that. Ava through her past was traumatized, not having a home at that age, having to fear life, shelter, and food, meeting a role model who believed in her, in a new home, family, and growing. She's a teenager after all, to deal with things that's truly scary to think about. Yeah, it's definitely a story that you can connect with. You know, that search for belonging and stuff, and being an angsty teen who doesn't really have any role models or social skills makes you a bit grating at times, because guess what? We were all like that at some point in our lives. Looking for any specific gear? I'm always looking for upgrades for my melee stocks. So, melee weapons are something I look at closely. Different elements of Banshee with favorable hilt mods. I am kind of looking for a Spellblade with Vampire at the moment. That would be good too. Always looking for armors. There's a couple things that can't drop on this character that I am looking out for, such as better Smithy's Ire, Tyrant's Truth, but this particular character can't farm them. Very interested in seeing more Siren abilities, as far as even evolution powers we already know. Yeah, evolution of powers we already know is such an interesting place you can take the Sirens, because we've seen, for example, let's look at the Phase Lock power set. Both Ava and Troy did way more with that power set than Maya did. Like, Maya simply might not have been a very creative person. Because Troy and then Ava both just did different shit we hadn't seen from it before. From BL1 to BL2, Lilith did different things with her power set that we hadn't seen before. It's cool to evolve that area of the lore. I like it. List of character-specific drops. What do you mean, character-specific drops? So, when I say something that can't drop on this character, it's because DLC items don't appear in your global pool, your world drop pool, until you've completed the final form of that associated DLC boss. So like this character, I've not done form 4 of Theodore, so all the DLC 3 gear just doesn't spawn in my world drop pool. So the drops I was referring to that I can't get on this character are from that DLC. The Ethereal just became a wormhole. Yeah. Tina's a bit worse off. She basically grew up by herself, not with random creatures, and progressively got crazier. I think Ava had a better chance of stability, at least sort of. Yeah, that's true. I don't think we knew Commandant Steele's powers. We haven't seen all the Siren powers, I don't think. Yeah, there's, I think 2 that we've never seen. And they introduced the whole thing with the 7th Siren. They got plenty of directions they could take that stuff. That's not the right mode. It's okay, Fire Friend, I'm coming. We do know Nereid's powers, though, Good Wolf. That's what Tyrene got. We do know that. Six one is of BL1. Yeah, Commandant Steele is the one who we don't know her powers. We have seen her, but we don't know what she did because she got killed immediately. Omega lol. Favorite Siren skill tree action? Mine was Cloud Kill from Maya. So just like anything to come from a Siren skill tree? Just like any one specific thing? Yeah? Let me think about that. That's a good question. My immediate knee-jerk instinct is I just really liked Phase Walk. Like, I really liked Phase Walk. But let me think about that in more detail. It's probably going to be either Lilith's Phase Lock or... not Phase Lock, Phase Walk. Excuse me. Lilith's Phase Walk or Amara's Free the Soul. Purple tree skill from Borderlands 3. Makes a homing cryo projectile when you kill a frozen enemy. Very, very fun. Ties the Bind is cool conceptually. Conceptually, yeah. Steel was confirmed to Siren. They've never confirmed it, because yes, Steel used a leftover model they were originally going to use for Lilith, but she had Siren tattoos, and the vaults are confirmed to require Sirens to open. So it's like one of those, it's safe to infer type things. It is definitely something that it's not an unlikely retcon, you know? They go back and like, oh yeah, she was just a cosplayer or something. Like, I can totally see that happening. This is some obscene tankiness. You see how much my health bar and my ward bar yo-yoed during that spin? Survivability investment pays off. Steel and Roland ended up the same. Oof. This whole thing about the Sirens, that there's always a set amount of them. Can't wait to see both all Sirens and who'll be the new Siren for Nereid's power. Yeah. Yeah. Key works, get ready to get your team. Wait a minute, there's a vault. Where'd this hole come from? Pain. You know, one thing that I do think gets overlooked is how well they repurposed Roland as a character in BL2. Like, seriously, if you haven't heard them recently, go back and listen to BL1 Roland's voice lines. Just go back and listen to all of them. Totally different guy. Like, personality-wise. Totally different. But then for BL2, to make that story work, they made him like the heart, the team heart, the leader guy, the likable guy, you know, all that. And they successfully did it. think that was some pretty good character development. It was a bit of a leap, but, you know, it worked, so I'll take it. Roland changed weird champ. Becoming commander changed him. Now, if only that had happened to Lilith. Something I haven't talked about in a while, but I do enjoy kind of thinking about is the dynamic between Jack, Lilith, and Roland. Because Jack is right about Lilith. He's wrong in all other things, but he's right about Lilith. And Roland knows that too. As indicated in both Echo Logs and BL2 and the storyline of TPS. So it kind of makes for an interesting scenario where our ideal hero, Roland, isn't available, so like we get the heroes we get. Consider Asha canon. I remember seeing somewhere that the comics are not canon confirmed, but I've never seen a direct confirmation of that. So, shrug. Became the commander for more traumatic reasons. I mean, that's not specifically what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the fact that Lilith experienced no character growth as a result of becoming commander at any point. I think the 7th will be playable as possible. I don't think it'd be unlikely. Yeah. Maybe. Well, it's got a neck reduction surgery. Oh yeah, you're immune to that. Playable Guardian would be hella cool. Yeah, something that I've liked the idea for a long time now is, so you guys know how in TPS we got Claptrap with an armor bar base instead of a flesh bar base. I would love to have a shield bar base, but like, let us equip 2 shields at once, so you get one layered on top of the other one. That's something that'd be cool to me. As doing burned out with the Toother Raider. It's one of my favorite ways. Because Toother Raider has 9 projectiles that hit quickly. Has melee crossbolts. So it's excellent for Executioner's Blade. So it is just entirely, we're applying crossbolts and then the Exi Blade is doing the damage. Does require some favorable RNG, but it works. I probably shouldn't have avoided that attack. Because that... Parachutes are like the diapers of the sky. That's just good life advice. Shield Zerking? Yes. Just call it the Shield Zerker. Tagline could be, the best offense is a good defense. Ah. Hyper Mega Death only use the W key Zerker? Yes. But Purple Deathwater is your friend. It buffs you. But in the context of having no health bar, yeah, that could get problematic for that sort of mechanic. Anything that bypasses wards would just, like, ward shields would just kill you. Which we have had in most of the games. Were there any shield bypassing things that could hit the player in BL1? I know the player could do it, but could anyone do it to the player? Because, I know BL3 had loaders that can do it. This game has the spicy water. I can't remember BL2 right now. Hey, Hellrider, how you doing? Take stay back, which is a bit of a power move. Like no for BL1. Yeah, I know in BL1 and 2 and 3 the player could do it. In BL3, DLC 1 and I guess technically 4 loaders could do it to you. Wonderlands, the Maker Goop can do it. Basically what Stayback is doing here is making it so we always have Amnesia on. There is no longer ever any downtime because we are always taking damage. But if you see that my health bar is not really moving, it's because I have lots of healing. Until I, you know, talk shit too soon. Ooh, Harbinger really helps this too. It's a lot of dots on me. The dots hurt. Health bar depletes as he says that. It do be like that. Mistake of BL3 is the history of the Vault Hunters, want a better lore in BL4. You mean like the Typhon stuff? Yeah, that was kind of a miss for me as well. I don't think that's a popular opinion. But that was kind of a miss for me as well, yeah. Not to my personal taste. Typhon stuff was a bad fanfic turned canon. I was not really a fan. I couldn't really find myself connecting with that character. There were moments where I was like, okay. But only moments. Didn't love, didn't dislike it. Yeah, that's fair. I think it's gonna be one of those very just... It's gonna be different person to person. And that's okay. Erases the lore of all previous games. I don't know about that. It just, like... Because it doesn't directly contradict anything. It's just... It contradicts assumptions people had about the lore. But I can't think of a time that something was directly stated that anything associated with Typhon invalidates. But I'm not a lore guy, so I could be completely wrong there. Never understood fanfic as an insult, like when you want people writing the stories to be fans. I think the connotation there is not necessarily an insult, but more like, hey, this is of a quality that I don't think you do this for a living. I think that's the connotation there. There's some fanfiction in general in media that's just like really, really well done. For example, I still haven't watched this, but there's a really popular Dragon Ball fan film that came out like a few weeks ago. It went insanely viral, like universally applauded. It was a fan creation. Directly contradicts everyone's disbelief in the existence of alts. Okay, so here's where we get into, yeah, the danger of messing too much with timeline stuff, like prequels to things, sequels to things, because it seems in the span of about 30-ish years, people forgot about most of the stuff associated with Typhon, but not all of it. It's like the Star Wars effect, where somehow in the span of 20 years, people forgot about like the Jedi and the Republic and all that stuff. Also the Darth Maul fan film? Yeah. So I don't think fanfic is inherently an insult because there's some very good stuff out there. I think it's more a commentary on like you expect certain quality from people who professionally write. I think a lot of the stuff that didn't necessarily land with people with BL3 was a product of too many cooks in the kitchen. There's a couple like weird direction changes. Some stuff they left on the cutter room floor that they had no real control over. It's unfortunate, but for what it is, I still enjoyed the story of that game. Still engaging enough. I still think people give it too much flack, if you pardon the pun. How long you on for today? Not too much longer. Summer Prime. I usually go about 40 more minutes, but I'm hungry, so I might end sooner. I don't know. Didn't mean it as an insult, and it was written by different people in source material and changes the intended story. That'd be a fine story on its own. There you go. And you can see that with even among official material in different mediums, like with comic books. A character could vary very wildly depending on who is writing that character. And it's still official material. Now that doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily relevant when it comes to things like lore, but I thought it was pertinent to bring up. Like he's a phrase from South Park to describe what happened in BO3. I wouldn't put it in that strong term. Like, if you compare Borderlands storylines, none of them are really too different from each other in terms of quality or even really structure. I don't think one is like inherently, oh, this one's so much better, this one's so much worse, all that kind of thing. And that's just how I feel about it. Like, for example, I have absolutely zero emotional engagement in BL2's story beyond Moxie being sad when Roland is killed. And, people not giving enough of a shit about Angel. Those are, like, the only two things I care about in that entire story. Whereas BL3, it consistently gets me more, like, emotionally invested. Like, I kind of feel a bit for why Troy is the way he is. Not so much Tyrene, she's kind of one-dimensional. But Troy, I'm like, oh, I get it. You suck, but I get it. Things like that kind of did resonate more with me. They built on the Angel thing in BL3. Like, that poor kid, nobody cared about that kid. Mainly the humor. I didn't mind the story. The humor in 2 feels better than 3 for me. One also felt better than 3. I don't really agree there. The humor in 2 feels very immature to me. Like, they literally had double rainbow references in the game, and it was just, like, real low-hanging fruit stuff. Not that BL3 didn't do the same thing, but that's the paradigm they established from BL2 onwards. BL1 is very tonally different from BL2. BL3 I don't think is that tonally different from BL3. This is how I feel about it, though. Like, they decided at some point while writing Tina in BL2 that they couldn't allow her to have 2 separate moments of emotional growth, so they undercut the second one by her making a butthole joke. Literally, that is what happened. And then BL3, I mean, sure, BL3 Tina is extremely one-dimensional, but that's not new. Wonderland's Tina is definitely more fleshed out than either of the other versions we've gotten. So I think everyone ends up seeing this stuff a little bit differently. And that's okay. Wonderland's Tina felt like it was handled with care. That's a good way of putting it. It's a good way of putting it. It was definitely... It felt like the Tina we were familiar with at all points, but they gave her complex emotions. Like, they managed to deepen the whole conversation about her abandonment issues, justifiable abandonment issues, without doing the exact same thing that they've done before with the character. They managed to show how she's struggling to, like, form and maintain new bonds. How she's still processing things like grief. I think they did a really good job with Tina's character in this game. Still disappointed Troy didn't betray Tyrene or something. Felt like they built that up. It did feel like they built that up. That was a disappointment for me as well. Gonna head out, see you just for later. See you later, son. Have a good one. I like to separate story, plot points, characters, lore, etc. from adventure, actually playing through the game, locations, fights, pacing, etc. IMO Borderlands games always been relatively poor stories or great adventures. Yeah, I don't think the story has ever really been where the heart is. but it's a necessary thing to have and flesh out and obviously put some amount of effort into, because that's what's going to get the most people in the door. Like, sure, the concept of, hey, look at all these crazy items that do weird things, that's going to get a lot of people in. But if you look at the video game industry as a whole, fundamentally, the most people are going to be like, hey, let me buy this to play through the story and then never touch it again. That's what most people do with most games. So it's good that there's both. And clearly, even for gameplay-focused people, I'd say the vast majority of us here are gameplay-focused people, still care enough about the story to, like, have this lengthy discussion about it. So I think it's well done. They didn't need to do much, but they did it anyway. You like mayhem levels in BL3? I have a complicated opinion on mayhem levels in BL3. I think Mayhem 1.0 was not very good. That was Mayhem 1 through 3. But then, with Mayhem 4 added, they smoothed out the majority of flaws with the system. And I think that was good. Then Mayhem 2.0 initially was very rough, overcomplicated a lot of areas of the game for no noticeable gain. But I think eventually they smoothed out most of the problems with 2.0. Most. Not all, but most. I think Mayhem levels are better realized as a system than OP levels. In large part due to OP 9 and 10. But I think Chaos levels are a better system than Mayhem levels, if we were to pit them against each other. Just got off the phone for a part-time job, really want to land. Second interview's tomorrow. Second interview's always a good sign, Manic Geek. That is always good. Hey Blizzard, how you doing? Hope you're well today. As an English major who loves reading, I'm all about a good story. Even so, when it comes to video game story, it takes a backseat to gameplay usually. That's totally understandable. I was a voracious reader growing up. Haven't done it as much in my adulthood, but I absolutely respect it. And I really do enjoy, whenever I'm consuming, like, shows and movies, the character work is what keeps me the most invested. It's just, for games, the builds nerd part of my brain takes over. But character work, really good character work, is always enjoyable to me. Wasn't a fan of Mayhem levels, one of the reasons I stopped playing, got confused. That's fair. The system was a miss for a lot of people, especially depending on the point in time you got into Mayhem levels. Welcome home. Yeah, it's good to be here. It's good to be here. The more I think about it, the more I'm sad Troy didn't help us get retiring. We need to keep the only male siren in the series. Yeah, it would have been a cool break to the status quo, but I guess it just wasn't to be. All BL games have some cringy jokes. Yeah, I think it's part of the brand intentionally. I was told I could do this. And I'll do it without shame. Just from the shadows, taser the floor. Now, she still teleports while you're doing that. That's what got me there, but... Come on, you're almost done, Imelda, please. Really making me use From the Shadows again. This is Form 4. Fuck. At least I can go back to Dreadwind. Does not look like a fun fight? It's not. Something important to keep in mind with the process of experimentation in experimental games such as Wonderlands is sometimes stuff just isn't well realized, sometimes stuff simply doesn't work, and the devs have actually gone out of their way to acknowledge this. They brought it up on the Wondercast themselves, and that was good. Imelda is a good example of something they tried that did not work. Her hitboxes are not what I would call functional. The arena is not enjoyable, and it's just not, it's not one of my favorite fights. It's a low point for me. But they have heard feedback on that. They definitely know we feel that way about a couple of these DLC bosses, so we can hope that that impacts things going forward. And that's how you handle that. You provide your feedback constructively, and then you let it sit. That's simple. Hey, Silverdraw. What kind of build you're working on today? This is my Dreadwind build. So, affectionately known as Spin to Win. Classic gaming trope. You can use the Berserker's Dreadwind skill and combine it with a bunch of fun stuff from elsewhere in the game. Stabomancer Tree in particular does a lot of stuff. And you can kill things very efficiently with it. It's also just really satisfying to do that spin. I got time for like 1 or 2 more runs if you want to see it in action. We're farming for upgrades for that, for a couple of my other builds, especially my melee builds. I play WoW. Is there a spin to win in that game? I've only played a very tiny bit of WoW. I played for like 2 months. I played Rogue when Legion was the newest expansion. That's my only experience with WoW. Warrior's skill called Bladestorm. Ah, sounds similar. Spin to win, but the prize is dizziness. Yeah, we talked about that a few streams ago, Jelly. Definitely, there's definitely some weight to the idea that Berserkers are also just, as part of their training, they're trained ballerinas, because how else do you get the strength, the coordination, and the immunity to getting fucking sick from spinning? It's just the idea of someone trying to do Dreadwind in real life is, it never fails to make me actually laugh. That explains the ballerina statue pose. Almost started playing WoW when the South Park episode came out, realized you needed to pay for it, decided against it. Head of the Snake with area damage and 2 double knot. It's a Head of the Snake, though. No, I'll take it. I can maybe actually do something with that. Reminds me of hammer throwing, like the track and field sport, not your club build. Yeah, if we were to go with my earliest experience with Spin to Win, I played Diablo 2 growing up. So, you know, Barbarian, Spin to Win, rather infamous. A lot of spin to win into Diablo? Yeah, there definitely are. You got Strafe, you've got Whirlwind, among many, many others. Also breaking it too. I would love to see that. Just more of that. Fairy Punch Father was just one of my favorite parts of the story. It was just funny. Or imagine IRL Storm Dragon is just someone throwing a hammer with a rubber band attached to it. If you guys know, Kyle Hill, he's like a science YouTuber guy. He's done a lot of cool stuff. He was basically skeptical of if hammer throwing, like the way Thor does it, was actually like an effective way of delivering a projectile. So he did an episode on it, and it turns out, yeah, no, that's totally valid. So it could work, just, I don't know, getting it back would be kind of hard. He has pretty cool stuff, yeah. Apologize, my internet dropped for a bit. Nothing to apologize for. Welcome back. We were just talking about the real life implications of throwing a hammer like you can in this game, and nerdy things of that variety. Gotta watch more of his science stuff. I've mostly seen it from MTG channels. It's really good content. He does something that I think is an underrated skill set, and another creator who's really good at doing that is actually our very own from the Lands community, Moxie. One of those people who can just get you interested in something you didn't know you had an interest in, just immediately. It's a certain skill set. Not a common one. The amount of physical strength to throw a hammer like that needed would be crazy. Yeah, it is absolutely crazy. And doing it on repeat is probably out of the question. But you could feasibly, like, do one throw and it would do damage. Was the takeaway there. So cool for cosplay. A cosplay of the Melda for the torture stream? I mean, I'll probably end up eating a sandwich. Not sure I'd want to hammer its face no matter the speed. That's probably wise. Talk about Kyle's on game nights. I'm not familiar with game nights. I don't know what that is, so maybe. I don't know. Am I, chat? Commander gameplay for MTG? Probably. Probably, then. Blonde guy, long hair. Yeah. I haven't consumed any MTG content in so long. I got into Magic the Gathering in high school, played it through college. Only sporadically got back into it after that. I miss it. I miss it often. I actually have... I know I said I haven't consumed it recently, but it just happens to be on my desk. I have the last deck I had. It's got a Elish Norn deck box. I like Magic. Man, that's dusty. Did you go watch this episode of Game Nights with the Command Zone people? I might do that. I usually like to watch YouTube stuff while I eat food, and I'm gonna eat right after stream, so 20 minutes or so, I'll probably end up doing that. Stop ragdolling me. It's rude. Okay. Only because he picks on the person he's sitting next to a lot. Play MTG Arena. Never got into that. Recommend Quack Archive channel on YouTube. Maybe. Man, getting Trust in Magic on any unarmored defense build is always a treat. Play Commander in person. I haven't played MTG in person in 4 years? 4 years. I haven't played, like, actually seriously in probably about 9 years. I won some money a couple times. Play a lot of Commander with friends, so I hover around that area, but on YouTube. That's cool. I'm glad to know that there's a solid community there. I always loved Magic because it's actual, like, very strategy heavy, but in a tangible way, if that makes sense. It's good brain food. You're studying college? Sociology major. Like, basically everyone else. Last MTG tournament was like 10 years ago. After that, I played like just Commander and I love the strategy and mindset you get on. Yeah. It's the same reason I like build crafting in these games. Same exact feeling. And I think that speaks volumes. I'll go melee for the last few pulls. Diamond Guard, Storm Surge, Pain. Nothing remarkable armor-wise here. RNG was not really with us today. But we did discover that Hammer and Anvil is kinda cracked for that hammer build. Who would have thought? Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. Tomorrow is hotfix day. So we'll see what the new feature we get is. See if we get any other cool information, changes to the game, bug fixes of import. Crystal event ends tomorrow, so get that crystal farming in if you haven't yet. Get those last chance runs for upgrades, because it'll be a little bit harder after tomorrow, probably. Yeah, tomorrow, more Wonderlands. Friday, Borderlands 3. Saturday, Devil May Cry 5. Sunday, day off. Monday, I'll be doing a Chaos Climb in Wonderlands with Gun Build. So that's the next few days of stream content. Let's see who is live, so we can do the thing and spread the love. Let's see, we got Lazy on Wonderlands, we've got Pascaroni on BL2. Ooh, Nemesis is playing Multiversus. Do we go there? Rexy is playing... Is that Shadow of War or Shadow of Mordor? Because I love both of those games. Cat is on Wonderlands, Mercy Siren's on Fallout 4. Dame's playing Metro. A lot of cool games I actually want to kind of watch, honestly. I'm normally pretty boring in terms of what I watch after stream. Let's... Tizzle's on. Haven't rated Tizzle in a while. Forgot to install the game I wanted to play. Yeah, that sounds like Tizzle. Let's go over to Cat. We rated Cat once recently, but let's do it again. Cat is another Wonderlands and Variety content creator who also plays on Chaos 50 in Wonderlands, which is more rare than I thought, honestly. So, talented build crafter, wonderful human being. Definitely consume her content, drop a follow, hang out. Nothing but good vibes over there. I'm gonna grab some food and stuff, but I'm also gonna try and prep some content for tomorrow. I really do want to test that hammer and anvil thing more. Let's spam some Quag Chads for Cat. And thank you guys so much for all the love and support, the conversation. Welcome in new friends. Thanks again, old friends. And y'all are great. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Spread some kindness, some positivity, reject the negativity, and drink some fucking water. It's still hot lately. Drink the water. I'm saying that, so I do it too. Okay, anyway, love you guys. Bye.
Real talk. I love everybody, but damn, this poor thing. Look at her